Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, February the 6th. My name is Barry Ainerson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you. I think a big yes means you can hear me and see me see my screen in the main room. Ah, good. Thank you, Snowman. I was just going to ask for anybody in YouTube so you guys can hear me and see my screen. Also, excellent. Well, we've got a bounce in Bitcoin. Um, I don't know anybody was in the YouTube room yesterday when I was talking to Andy. I jokingly, because I know he's not a big Bitcoin follower or player, but I jokingly asked him, "So Andy, where do you think the bottom is?" And he sort of thought, said, I think, you know what, half of what it was, which was about 62,000 or so, half of the high. And that's where it kind of bounced. So I actually gave him some kudos this morning. He actually bought some IBIT. And so here's IBIT making a move. He got in, he told me at $36. So here's IBIT making a move. So if you think Bitcoin is going to now, here's the the problem I've got with this, of course, is this a true bounce, a 1 day bounce? Is there a reason for this bounce? Is there a concrete reason other than the fact that it got cut in half? Anyway, all Bitcoin players are moving higher. So if you wanted to, here's MSTX as an example. So this is a two-time. If you thought that MSTR, which has been rocked, of course, if you thought MSTR was going to keep moving, you could buy this one. Plenty of volume, 8 million. You'll get two times the move. So MSTR must be up about 8.5%. 8.5%. And so the other one, so if you thought MSTR was going to keep moving for a while anyway, you could buy this one, MSTX. This is probably another one, MSTP, which has more volume. Yeah, so the MSTX has way more volume. MSTX. Again, I'm not saying to do it, of course, but that is if you're that sort of a player. I'm going to discount this one, guys. This is one of those Liberty stocks. I'm just going to discount this one. It's nonsensical. Right up to 300, 329, back down to 30. Bitcoin play. I mean, there's a lot of Bitcoin plays. XRP is Bitcoin, XRP. So another Bitcoin play. Wow. You know what? I think this is a reverse split that has not been accounted for. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. This stock is not up 1,900%. That's too bad. I'm going to have to let the guys know that. Yeah, I don't know what the ratio was. Just give me a moment, guys. So it's a 1 for 20. Thank you, Obi. Yeah, so it's a 1 for 20 reverse split. So this is not up 1,800%. All right, what else is that? Now I saw this one, Fly E. Interesting. Now they're saying they didn't leave. It was amicable, but however, look at all this. Announces resignations of the chairman of the board, the COO, and the CHR, this new C-suiter, this chief human resources officers that most companies have now. Anyway, they've all resigned effective February the 2nd. These resignations were not due to any disagreements with the board or management. Okay, but it's funny because a lot of times the market is cheering that on. It's a 1 for 20. It's a 1 for 20, PJ, yeah. 1 for 20, reverse split for, ASST. Now here, this could be maybe an interesting one. Lumen, where's Lumen? Lumen. Where is Lumen? I don't see Lumen anywhere. So the CEO bought $500,000 worth of stock at $6.35, so a little bit above the price. So she bought 78,000 at 635. So it's approximately $500,000 worth of stock. So there's that, and that's for the LUMN. Now, some of the William, you mentioned Docs. Yeah, Docs is just getting blasted down on earnings. DOCS blasted down on earnings. 32 down 32% on earnings. Morgan Stanley, let's see what they're maintaining coverage with overweight and a target of 49. Goldman Sachs dropped their price target from 46 down to 34. Oh, I see. So Morgan Stanley dropped their price target from 65 down to 49. All right. But that is Docs, DOCS. And I hear USAR in my ear. So yeah, USAR popping. I just can't really get into this one. It just doesn't ever, well, ever. I ever, didn't say ever. Rarely does it seem to want to hold its gains. So it has these nice pops in the market and then it just sells off. So I don't know, maybe today's different. But another earnings play is MOH. MOH. And William sort of thought this one might just keep falling. So sinking, falling quarterly. Which the Medicare Advantage after a forecast miss. So QNST is an earnings play. Not much volume yet, but it is up almost 20%. QNST is an earnings play. Again, not much volume yet. The volume will certainly pick up once 9:30 happens. A little good die to you, Ozzy. I know you probably wince every time I say that. You're trying to imitate an Aussie accent. So even Mara has an ETF. Even Mara has an ETF. Okay. So Mara's ETF is MRAL. So again, there's no point in going over all the Bitcoin plays. I mean, do you, if you think Bitcoin is going to, this is probably one I'd be watching, MSTX, just because it's so darn cheap, plenty of volume. It's a two-timer for MSTR. GENVR, don't think I've ever seen this one. Contingent value rights, never seen this one. And okay, it's 11,000 shares. I think my minimum here is 10,000. Yeah, well, let's see. Let's see if this market, little pop in the market holds. Okay, we're up 3 points in the SPY. Let's see if it holds. So far, so good. It's holding the VWAP, but now there are some economic numbers coming out today. I think. Let me just take a look. But I know I put it. It's a bunch of Michigan numbers coming out at 9 o'clock. Okay, a lot of Michigan numbers coming out at 9. sentiment, 5-year inflation expectations, consumer expectations, et cetera, et cetera. So, a lot of Michigan numbers coming out at 10 o'clock, which more than likely will affect the market short term anyway. Yeah, you mentioned LIMN still active, OB. What do they do again? Preclinical stage immuno oncology company. Okay, so it's a bio. Okay, guys, RDIV. I don't think I mentioned this one. I wrote down RDIV up and then in brackets, but oh yeah, that's why. There's another one of these crazy ones that pop up and then give it all back up. I mean, it's still up 34%. RDIB. It's not a crazy low float. It's 18 million. Don't know what do they do. Profile entertainment and real an entertainment and real estate company. Okay. Oh, I see. Multiple cinemas, retail. Oh, all right. Well, never seen this. I don't think I've seen this one before. RDIB. Galaxy's popping here, guys. GLXY. If there's any specific news on it, announces a $200 million share repurchase program. That's the news, I guess, that's popping it. Okay. That looks like that hit around 9/11. 9/11, yeah. Just looking at my news right there. Plus, there were some substantial insider purchases. So the high yesterday, so it's getting close, but boy, it's been beaten up, hasn't it? 33 down to wow, cut in half, cut in half in what 5 days? GLXY. Well, after yesterday, so the Dow, of course, everything was down a lot. So let's take a look. I want to take a look at some of the sectors and see what's happening with them. So you can see that the energy, energy stocks were really, I mean, yeah, there's a red bar there, but they're still very strong energy stocks. XLE. I mean, just looking at, all I'm doing is just looking at that green line. That is a 200-day moving average. As you know, a lot of these major sectors still above, but that moving average is starting to point up. Utilities. Let's take a look at utilities. Yeah, I mean, it's still hovering around the 200-day. Communications. For the long, you couldn't even see that line, but now you can see it. Obviously, I mean, if I expand the chart, I could always see it. But I mean, with the way I've got my chart right now, I can now see that 200-day moving average. XLK is going to be kind of bleak. Yeah, look at that. Wow. Look at technology. Almost right at the 200-day moving average. tech stocks. SMH, probably about the same. Actually, the 70s are quite a bit more above that 200-day moving average than the other tech stocks. Financials, that's another one that was flirting. Yeah, I mean, it's understand that for the longest period of time, most of these major sectors were way above the 200-day moving average, except for consumer staples, which now turns out to be a leading sector. Interesting how that is working. Consumer staples turning out to be a leading sector now. And industrials and materials. So there's still some very strong sectors. And there's healthcare. I mean, healthcare, another one, healthcare, that was underneath for a long time also. Is it possible to save my layout with idea surfing off? 100%. Just turn it off. Oh, I see. You mean you don't want idea surfing to come on when you load it. Is that what you mean, JK? Well, it's it should be as simple as this. If you go to tools, okay, go to tools and then go to options, and then you see where it says enable idea surfing. I have it unchecked. So if you've got it checked, uncheck it and then save. That in theory should do it. Okay. I have noticed from time to time it doesn't seem to matter. Okay, but if you uncheck it and save it, that should, in theory, do it. Okay, and then don't forget to save your layout. Like you have to save your layout at the end. Yeah, just like you normally do, because that change will be should be saved. Oh man, swinging cat. Yeah, SAAS stocks. Yeah, horrible, aren't they? Well, right now anyway. It's just hard not to have a little bit of a skepticism in this bounce right now, but, let's, okay, I'll try to maintain a positive attitude that this bounce is gonna be perhaps for real, for today anyway, and that it's not just a momentary bounce, and then, the market will start to drift down. If that happens, look at some of the high flyers right now that are only flying because the market's higher. Silver, I looked at silver. I mean, silver's up, but not by a big not by a big percent. It's only up to 2.4%. I think gold is up about the same. Gold is up, yeah, 2.3%. So silver and gold in tandem, the percent moves up. And then there's IBIT. IBIT's up 5% now. So Bitcoins are around 67,000 now. I think did it actually get under 60 last night? I know it got really close to 60. Galaxy continues its move, guys. GLXY continues its move. What a day at FLNC had. I'm going to watch it maybe for a bounce today. Well, it's already has bounced. What a day it had though, from our AI. Just basically down all day long. Just a steady drop all day long. Look at that. I mean, just boom. I mean, this is that's the open. That's 9:30. And look at this 15-minute. A couple of times it pierced the wave, but on the 15. But boy, oh boy, that was just a wonderful short from our AI yesterday. So we're having a bit of a bounce today. This was an earnings play yesterday. So a little bit of a bounce now. Mizuho, let's see, lowered their target to 13 from 15. Okay, so they're not helping. So Elvin, I'm not really sure I understand what that means in our YouTube room. But hello, I search about cryptocurrency and share market on ChatGPT. After deep talking to ChatGPT, it tells me your channel name, which is not famous, but it is Diamond. I guess that's positive. This is somebody in our YouTube room posting. We don't scan crypto, so we don't scan for crypto, but yes, U.S. stocks for sure. All right, guys, 9:21. So I wanted to look at MOH. That's right. I wanted to look at MOH. So William, you really think this is so this is basing a little bit right now down 30%, 50 million in the float. So it's not certainly of a high float situation. Earnings playing. This is, let's see, where is it? Well, it's not a lifetime low, but it's certainly toward the at the bottom end. Well, we've definitely got a good group, Monica. That's for sure. If you're asking me, Rob, well, I never do that. I mean, I got to wait for the market of the 9:30 open. Just because the stock is at the, right at the top here doesn't mean it's going to continue once the market, once 9:30 happens. So, and there's no blanket answer to that. Every stock has its own little nuance, has their own nuances. So there's no blanket answer to just say yes. I always wait at least 15 minutes to let things settle down a little bit. Okay, give me a moment, guys. Just want to save my layout. Yeah, I don't think anybody would say, yes, that is a good idea. I don't think anybody would actually say that. And FinFan is right. This is not, I personally cannot offer any financial advice like that. What if I said, yes, it is a good idea, and you lost your account because you listened to me? I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I have to be careful what I say. But I don't think most people would say, yes, it's a good idea just to buy the top names right now before the market open, well, before 9:30. And there's William chiming in. So I am going to disregard this Liberty one. Okay, we've seen this in the past. One of these Liberty stocks. There's so many of them. LBT, Y, and then A, B, C, D, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm just going to discount that one. So these are the top six, though, from my previous list that had the top 15, the ones that were up. So here's the Fly E. Sort of interesting. It's like the market is cheering the fact that a whole bunch of resignations of top officers. This is a crypto play, XRPT, STKL. I don't think I talked about this. Okay, so not, well, this is, okay, this has to be a buyout. Yeah, this is a buyout for Fresco to acquire the company for 785 million. So that's a buyout. You can just tell by the way it's flatlining right there. Keep them coming, Rob. We're just kidding. There's no stupid questions. Okay. He wasn't talking to you, when he said that, Jared. It was a self-effacing comment, okay, but himself. So, Rob, it's okay to ask questions like that. Absolutely. Well, even Galaxy has an ETF for them. Galaxy, what's the volume? I know volume, but Galaxy even has an ETF for them. It's one of the reasons actually why some of my scans, I have a purposeful delay of 15 minutes on the scan. Doesn't mean it's 15 minutes. It's real time, but I don't want to see any alerts from the scan in the first 15 minutes. I have delays purposely on them because yeah, as William says, there's just so much happening in the first 15, and it's not that after 15 everything is completely settled down, of course, but you'll just see stocks jumping up and down in the first 15. I used to try just to, I mean, many years ago, I used to try to get into things right on the open, and yeah, every now and then they'd work, but boy, I was taking loss after loss after loss, and it sort of was weighing on me psychologically. But you start off the day with a couple of losses, and you're in scramble mode for the rest of the day. Okay, and that's me. There are people I'm sure in this room that say, "Well, that's not me. I can seem to pick the ones that are going to move right off the bat, and more power to you." Well, it's a good point also, SKM. I mean, for somebody asking what they may perceive is and I don't want to use the term stupid question, just a question that, there could be many people, other people sitting out there who would love to ask the same type of question, but for whatever reason, people just get shy. They just don't want to do it. All right. So what is this guy doing? We tighten it up a bit. So there's the VWAP. It's still trying to hold the VWAP. Okay. Let's can it hold the VWAP? That purple line. But we do have a bunch of numbers coming out at 10 o'clock. Okay. Michigan numbers coming out at 10 o'clock, which could easily affect the market short term anyway. Yeah, less than a minute. Thank you, William. So, guys, this is less than a minute to the end, or to the start of today of 9:30. Let's have a great end to this trading week. This race will start immediately. This race may, because the market's up, the biggest gainers from the start of the race, we may get some stocks immediately. Notice this race does not start until 9:30. If you want your races to start in the pre-market, you can do so. I just, again, like to see my races start at 9:30. Here we go. So we're running now. So, good morning, Shaw, in our YouTube room. So here's QSI, just over $1. SBET is well, it's a crypto play. Just looking down here. Ride, of course, is a crypto play. Yeah, William, your docs didn't even get close to 20. It's popping right now. I mean, you called it. You thought it would pop. It's just that you were kind of waiting for 20. Really? You get at Fly E at IB? You mean to short it or to buy it? Oh, to short it. You're talking to short it, right? Well, it says 14,000 shares, but well, it's not tradable. Okay, well, as a tried. Okay, yeah, they look like they're 14,000 shares, but when they kind of say you can't even buy it, there's Unity, guys. There is Unity. Is it going to? So Unity looked like we found a bottom. I guess this is one of those SAAS stocks, right? No, it isn't. No, it isn't. I'm sorry. Forget what I said. This is gaming stock, video games that got beaten up because of Amazon. Speaking of Amazon, Amazon had earnings last night. Is that right, William? Whoa, interesting. Amazon had earnings last night and didn't drag down the market. Hmm. Ah, down 10%. Wow. Ah, you didn't wait for the 20. Okay. So this ASST, guys, this is not up 2,000%. Okay. Um, this is a 1 for 20 reverse split. So there's really only 3 million in the float now. The provider, who's usually really good at picking this stuff up, is not accounted for that yet. So it is not really, relative volume is really not 420,000 times normal. So really, this stock is up about 10% like pre or after the split. So our DIB got halted on the way down. Okay, forget about that one. Newell, NWL, is this an earnings play? This is an earnings play. This is a rubber company, right? Newell Brands, vacuum sealing, gourmet cookware. So they're into everything. Boy, got halted on the way up. Interesting. Yeah, I probably wouldn't touch it though. Yeah, no, I don't know. Do not have shorts. Do not have shorts for IDIB. Yeah, HIMS cannot. I actually have that one thumbnail just to wanted to keep an eye on it today, just in case. But yeah, look at the pop up to 22, almost 23, and then coming right back down to 21. I mean, this is why just don't like trade. Switching gears here, guys. Opening bar on the SPY. Wow, look at that. Opening bar in the SPY. Nice. That's nice. The big pop. Let's see what silver is doing right now. Is it moving off that 2%? Not really. Yeah, a lot of Bitcoin plays, crypto plays are popping. Even this one, that's not crypto play, of course. Cruiser, Norwegian, NCLH, Norwegian Cruise Lines, NCLH, for whatever reason, but coming into probably some resistance. A couple of daily highs, about 30, 40 cents away. XRP just got halted on the way down. Aha. XRP just got halted on the way down. So LIMN, yeah, it's still doing its thing. Amazing. 50-cent stock 4 days ago now. What's the next one, Obi? I know you mentioned one yesterday. Didn't really move that much. Lumen, Lumn, not Lyman, not Limn. Lumen, Lumn. Don't see it anywhere, but I have a thumbnail. That's why I know about it. And it is just at $7 now, a little over $7, up 12%. And this was the one the big insider purchase. The CEO on $500,000 worth at around 635. See, I guess we just should have piled into this one. I mentioned this. Whoops, they're retrieving data. What's your news? $76,000 or 76,000 shares at 635. That's approximately $500,000 worth, and that was on the 5th. At least that was on the 5th, I guess. I guess we should have acted on that news. The next high up here is 769. Is this shortable for me? This is shortable. Wow, a lot of shorts. 84 million. ASX, is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. Look at this thing move. Didn't really see this in the pre-market. ASX trading higher after the company announced. So it is, well, February 5th pre-market. So that was yesterday. That was yesterday. Okay, that was yesterday. So yeah, so this is sort of a continuation of earnings. It was pre-market, so this was the reaction yesterday to its earnings, and kind of right now anyway, continuation of earnings, ASX. Now, when I don't buy it. I mean, it's a little parabolic, but maybe if it pulls back a little bit, because obviously it is a good reaction, second day reaction to earnings. Boy, this one here, AAOI. Typically, we do not get relatively expensive stocks in this race. $41. It's that's yeah, not an earnings play. AAOI, not an earnings play. Did I get? No, I did not. MOH. I know you thought it might go down right from the. Wow, what did it do? 2 minute. Oh, from here. There's the top. Well, it's sitting right on the VWAP now. Right on the VWAP. So let's see what it does. Is Bitcoin still? Yeah, still moving higher. Okay, so there was a little bit of a dip in the pre-market, but moving higher, I bet. Congratulations to Andy. He bought, I think he said it's $36. For ASX keeps moving higher, guys. So this was yesterday. Reported better than expected Q4 or EPS results. They probably guided well. Look at Fluence now. I mean, it had a nice little move in the pre-market, FLNC. This was an awesome alert from our AI yesterday, but it is basically, given all that up now, there's the low of yesterday. I mean, it was an earnings play and got hammered down on earnings. Down goes Hims. Wow. This cannot hold these gains. So if you missed the news yesterday, they say they came out with a Wegovy, if I pronounced it correctly, I think, Wegovy clone. That they're going to sell for like $49 a month for the first 6 months or something like that. And that caused the stock to pop. But then NOV said, wait a minute, we think that's, I don't think they came out and said that's fraud, but they said if you buy that pill, it's not going to work. I mean, basically, that's what they said. And I think they said they were going to sue them. So anyway, there's this fight. And Hims came out later and said, it's just big pharma acting like big pharma. So, but, it's very hard to trade. Okay, Boxell. Yeah, Boxell, Todd. Maybe interesting. There's the next high looking left is 253. So it's got to get through 250. And then the next high after that is 285. So not a huge amount of room. This is an earnings play. ROIV is an earnings play. Boxell is not see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news for Boxell. It's just that a big day a couple of days ago, but it's at 250 now. Will it? I mean, I always think that the 50-cent mark for stocks under $5 can prove to be a bit of a barrier for a while anyway. NIO, China IV, EV, right at okay, look at this. Look at NIO, right at the 200-day moving average. A lot of shorts available here for me, 138 million at Interactive Brokers, but will that stall it? Will that basically act as resistance on the way up for NIO? The actual number is 517. And if it can get through that, doesn't have a ton of room. I mean, next high is like 534. It's a huge float, 2 billion in the float. Trading 5.5 times normal right now up to this point of the day. Look at Fluence. He took out that, toyed with the idea, but didn't do it with the taking it on a 20 break. Because remember, for all the reasons it was down yesterday, they're still in effect. Just because it had a bounce doesn't mean that, everything is rosy. Look at Lumen moving higher and higher, LUMN. Okay, guys, next time we see a CEO buying a whole bunch of stock and it's right around the stock and it's right around the price, we should buy some. Because that was the thing, it was right around the price she bought at. Well, wow, Bitcoin's having a nice surge. But for how long? Is this truly found the bottom here? I mean, the Bitcoin. Well, I'm using IBIT, okay, as my kind of my proxy for trading. It's 71.9, so call that 72, and it got down to 35, so a little over 35. Just so basically cut in half before it started to pop. Now, remember, there are some numbers coming out at 10 o'clock, which could affect the market, okay? A bunch of Michigan sentiment numbers coming out at 10 o'clock. Even Canada Goose is popping here. Just had earnings yesterday. Got hammered down on earnings yesterday. So the goose is loose. Sorry, guys. Had to be said. Cannot. No, we cannot scan for insider buying. Well, guys, I mean, Moxel took out that 250 like nothing, and that's a big move now from our AI. The alert was at 235. So as we speak, it's about a 12% move. BlackBerry's another one, Harry. Now, this is moving down, okay? It's still up for the day. It's an earnings play. Quinn Street, the volume has picked up a little bit. QNST, it is starting to move down, though. Look at Lumen, LUMN. Again, guys, next time we see a CEO especially buying, or any one of the other C-suiters buying a lot of stock, because when we looked at this in the pre-market, it was right around her purchase price of 635. It's not like it had really popped yet. Now she cannot. I'm assuming she cannot sell this right now. If she wanted to, take a nice quick profit. Okay, now here's a short opportunity for Nomura. What the float is. It's not an earnings play. Japanese stock. Volume is not great. Only 195,000 shares. The spread is good. Well, it's the best it could be. A penny. Okay, I'm going to put a price alert for ROIV at around 25.10. See if it gets back up over 25 and moves from there. This is an earnings play, and it's a lifetime high. It's basically a lifetime high. Yeah, I mean that is, technically that, well, not technically, that is the lifetime high, but 105%. So that is a lifetime high. So this is strong stock earnings play and a lifetime high. Never shot. Sean, a YouTube room asking me if I've ever used anything less than a minute, like a 15 or a 30-second chart. Never. All right. This is showing up as a potential short, guys, in the topping plays, SMCI. Now, I know this is William's favorite stock. 33.53 is the next high looking left. So, oh boy, that would have been a nice short. I didn't do it. QNST. Whoa. Mark is now up 8 points. Well, the SPY is up 8 points. So let's think, wow, look at the Dow up 600 points. The Qs are up. Everything is rallying today. For how long? Let's hope for the day. But remember, there are some numbers coming out at 10 o'clock. It could affect the market short term. All right, guys. Well, ROIV is still hanging on the 25 mark. I'd be interested. I want to see if it gets back over 25. This is a earnings play. It popped over 25 briefly. Just waiting on this ROI. I really like this one. I just want to see if it gets back over 25. And that's the ROIV. Boy, QNST. It didn't. Wow, that was the one. Had the alert at 13.14 and 12.40, 42 now to short it. So this is what I'm talking about. This is the Williams scan, okay? And I've adjusted it. So I had, but I didn't take it, but then 13.14 to short. And this is the repeat version of it. You can see QNST over and over and over again. I mean, that is a massive move down. I think I got too influenced by what the SPY was doing, thinking that okay, these it's an earnings play, strong. If this had been yesterday, almost for sure I would have taken this just because the market was so weak. But anyway, and look at ROIV. Well, I'm glad I waited. So what did Boxell get up to? The high right there is 285. So it got right to 272. So very close to that. Yeah, I can share it. This is the don't repeat version. I'm going to give you that. Okay, I'm going to give you that. I'm going to show you how you can have this one also. This is the repeating version. You can see that so you're only going to see the stock the first time it hit the alert. Okay, and then after this one, it'll show it over and over every time I made a new low. And I've adjusted it, so I'm not getting. I've taken like William. This is William scan, and he but I've adjusted it because I was getting too many. I was just getting way too many alerts. So I made some adjustments. I'm not going to get as many as he has, but I can give this to you now. Do I have a sound alert on it? I don't have the sound alert on this one. So, okay, I can now think I can give that to you. Hmm, taking a while. Just give me a moment. Here we go. So this is okay. I don't know if I saved it then. I better, I'll save it and share it. Okay, so there it is. Okay, AJ Rowland, there it is. Now you will probably see QNST and GEN. Okay, you will see the last ones of now pink. This pink is a suggestion to short, and the green is a suggestion to go long. And you'll probably see the so understand typically when you load my scans, especially for instance, if I'm going to show you right now or everybody right now about 956, I'm going to do this right now. Go over this the top list and the scans that I'm currently sharing. When you load if you loaded this race, for instance, you're not going to see all of this. My race started at 9:30. Whenever you load your race is when your top 10 list will start to be built. Now, this could bounce. I mean, maybe look for this as a bit of a bounce play. I mean, this was up a lot, and it's just, it's an earnings play, and obviously the initial reaction was wonderful. So maybe this will turn. Now, do you know if? Okay, so for those of you, I'm just going to go over this quickly. So this is what's called the don't repeat version. You're only going to get the symbol the first time it hit, and this is the repeat version. So if you want this also, all you have to do is this. So you take, assuming you want this, so you right click and you duplicate it, okay? You duplicate it, get over here. So I've duplicated, and then you right click and you go to properties and you see where I have it checked, don't repeat. So you could uncheck it, okay? And say okay. So what'll happen then is as you start getting alerts coming in here, you'll get them in here also, but you'll get it repeating if a stock keeps, moving in the direction, if that makes sense. I just like having it the don't repeat because I can go back in time and say, okay, well, what happened from that alert? QNST at 9:47. I had an alert to potentially short at 13:14. What happened? Well, pretty awesome. Okay. Are they all going to be like that? Of course not. Goose had I mean, Goose and you always this is why I mean these are ideas, okay? That's why the program is called trade ideas. It doesn't mean you just hop into the trade just because you have something come into your scan. So when I looked at Goose, I thought, okay, but wait a minute. This had earnings yesterday, got hammered down on earnings. It's not like everything is all rosy now. And so, I waited on this a bit. I wanted to see if it really would hold 11. Here's another one, Jen. Let's see what it did from 25. It still has a chance, but I looked left, and I thought, you know what? For me anyway, the next highs looking left were too close. So just because that's why, when I get an alert, I have to check the charts before I make up my mind if it makes sense for me to even trade it. CCHH, okay? I see, okay. It's a penny stock, well, really, sub $1 stock. It's your my once in a quarter scan. That's William, that's not me. And look at the volume, yeah, 63,000,000 shares. No, not too close, if it's close, Vito. I look to see whether or not the next high on the daily chart is for me. Oh, okay, too close, yeah. Well, for me, you hear me say it all the time. When I look at a most of because these sort of scans are all these are highs of the day in green, and at this point, these were lows of the day. So I'm always going to look left to see how far could it keep going before the Michigan numbers came out. So I'm always looking left to see, well, how far could it go before it hits that next high? And if I personally think it's too close, now everybody has a different idea about what is too close. If I'm in a $1 stock and I look left and the next high on the daily chart is $1.40, certainly far enough away. If it was at $1.10, not far, not it's not far enough away. If it was a $50 stock and it's 40 cents away, the next high looking left, for me that would be too close. But that's just me. But that's how I look at things. And as always, if I can't see the next high on a daily chart, then I go to my weekly chart. And if I can't see it on the weekly, then I go to my monthly. Well, just the fact that I think that a stock that gets close to the next high that it sees on a daily, it could stall there. That's all. That's what I think. Doesn't happen. Doesn't happen all the time, of course. Yeah, the SPY's at the VWAP right now. So you can see we've had the drop. We've had a bit of a drop. So the Michigan numbers came out at right here. Okay, 10 o'clock. And I'm not saying this is not a massive sell-off, but nonetheless, there's a bit of a sell-off now with those numbers, I guess. Well, again, a lot of people won't think of it that way, Vito. It's just that's what I look at. Okay, when I look left, because it could be just one day. I mean, the classic resistance would be multiple days at that price. But I just look at it's how I look at it. If I see the next high looking left, even if it's just one day, and I think it's too close, I won't take it. Look at Fluence now, son of a million bad words. Well, I don't know, PJ. These numbers, the Michigan numbers came out, and yeah, right at 10 o'clock. Still interested in the ROIV. I mean, setting it back over 25. All right, guys, let me go over my homepage and all the information you can find out, including the scans, etc. Top the races that I'm. One moment. 16 consecutive highs in 5 minutes. Well, I mean, we do have a count filter that, that you can see how many new highs were made. Whether we can do it within a 5 minute period, I'm not sure. I mean, you can have, but you're talking within a 5 minute period. You can have something that is going to show you the count on 5 minute highs, but consecutive highs. But that means after 5 minutes, after 5 minutes, after 5 minutes. I'm not sure we can do that. I'm not sure. I mean, that's just. I mean, 16 consecutive highs in 5 minutes. But what if there were 16 consecutive highs and each high was like a penny higher than the last one? Is that such a big deal? How about just showing stocks that have popped a lot in 5 minutes on a percentage basis? Because we can certainly do that. All right, guys, let me go over my homepage, okay? Right now, and what you can find on my homepage. So here's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You'll get 15% off the first month only for the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. We have two types of plans. We have a standard plan and a premium plan. For the 15% you can get on the first month of either of those plans or the entire year of either of those plans. All I ask, please use my code if you're going to take out a subscription in the future. Helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room, and for those of you in YouTube, I moderate this room also, the trading room. So if you're in YouTube right now and you're looking for a room that has a lot more action in it, come into this room. It's free also. Also, there's no time delay. YouTube imposes about an 8-second time delay. And there's a lot more action. There's a lot more traders are in this room interacting with each other. Also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking for, conversations with other traders in the pre-market, you can come into this room. It's at 6:45. Thank you, Obi. Opens it up. I don't do it. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me to do that. That'd be 3:45. So Obi opens it up. He's in the East Coast, so he opens it up at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I get on the mic, both rooms at around 9, and I usually hang around anywhere between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time before I leave. I'll always stay later though if there are questions. But even when I leave, William in this room, the trading room, usually keeps the room open after I leave. Today's Friday. Typically, if he's going to do it, it's probably around 3:30 if he's going to do it. Okay. Now, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, now before I do that, sorry, keep scrolling down. You click on my homepage link. You can get the Trade of the Week right here. So the Trade of the Week is delivered to you before the market opens every Monday morning, and it is free. Okay. Now, if you sign up for the Trade of the Week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It'll be there. Okay. Now, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, click my homepage link, and the education section is right here. Click on more info. And right here, getting started with Trade Ideas, the very first thing you must do. It's not sort of a, well, should I or shouldn't I? No, you must do it, mandatory. 12 short videos to get you started, covering all the key ingredients, elements of Trade Ideas, okay? If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the product, you can start off with that second video and go to the end. It should give you an idea about whether or not it's something you might want to try. You can always try us for a month. If you don't like us, just tell us and we'll unsubscribe you. The month subscriptions are just month to month. You can always unsubscribe anytime. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 videos, all free. If you're looking for something that, if you're new to trading. Now, if you're looking for the information that I am currently sharing, you've clicked on my homepage link and click on the custom scan section. So this is what I am sharing right now, okay, on my homepage. So this race right here, the large cap gainers, is right here. The biggest gainers, which has nothing to do with large cap or float size, sort of a wide open race. You can see some big percentage moves in this one as opposed to this one. Doesn't mean this one is bad. It just means that this is less volatile. Pulse resumes, which is super active already, right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down right here. And I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing. You can take a look at them. The movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. And the momentum scan, gap scan, and then Pepe combo scan, okay? So if you have questions about any of this, this is a trading room, but both of them are trading rooms, but it's also support room. So you can ask me questions all day long. If it's an accounting type question, I will not be able to help you, but I can direct you to the people who can. Okay, guys. Well, maybe the market's shaking off the Michigan numbers. Okay, right there. We had a couple little down, two down bars. And maybe the market's kind of shaking off those numbers now. We didn't get the utter collapse. All right, let's take a look at some of these ones that have won races now. How's the box out doing? Uh, yeah, so you can see what it did. So why I look left. I mean, doesn't mean it's 100% going to stall, of course. I thought that might have stalled it. The 250 mark, the 50-cent mark for me, for stocks underneath less than $5 can be a bit of a barrier. But that proved not to be a big barrier, but this one seemed to be a bigger barrier. 285, it got up to 275, and now we're have the pullback underneath the VWAP. Now this is not shortable for me. Well, the AI doesn't do any of that. So when you say upside versus downside mover, it's just two competing scans, Dylan. So it's really not anything. It's got nothing to do with the AI. If you're talking more about the overall market, what it's doing, I would have a SPY chart or some chart that you think can, kind of track the overall market. Okay. So for instance, if the AI gave you an alert to go long and all of a sudden the market started doing this, you probably have to take a hard look. Do I want to go long? Unless, when you click on it, and it has some news on its own, so it could, it may not care about what the market's doing. Could a scam be created? Well, first of all, I'm glad. Well, I was going to do it right now anyway. But So let's take a look at some of the ETFs. Okay, so I'm going to click on New from the toolbar. I'm going to look at the sector status bar. So this may answer your question, Vito. So I'm going to click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Dock Channel Bar. Docked Channel Bar. When I do that, channel bar comes up, and these are all theme-based channels. And if I click on the Show More and go down to the sector status, right down here, sector status. So these are some of the major sectors. So these are the sectors we're tracking in this top list window, okay? Every single sector is not here. Well, I mean, you could do that. I mean, you could take this. These are the sectors that we're tracking here, and you could put the relative volume, as a column. Okay, you could. I mean, right now we're just sorting on the change from the close. So you could add You know, if I pop this out, okay, I've just popped this out, and then go to configure, and then columns. See if I've got the relative volume here. Relative volume as a column. Okay, so now I have it as a column. So if I wanted to, I could rapidly, okay, double left click on the relative volume column. So SMH is yeah, 3.68 if that's what you're looking for. Okay. So not only is it pretty high, you know, it's one of the top movers. It's up 3% from the close, and the relative volume is also pretty high. Okay. So you can do that, yes. You can take any one of these. Well, the sector. So let me get back to this though. So silver is the top performing sector right now. It's up 3.7%. Well, then really what you want to do is just take these major sectors and do that. Okay. No, yeah, I wouldn't do that. I mean, first of all, we don't have, let's see what we have here. So let's take a look at XLI. Okay. XLI is what? Right here, industrials, right here. Okay. So there's industrials. So you could take the industrials and then you could do the same thing I just did, add the relative volume and do a sort on it. Find the ones that are up the most relative volume wise. Okay, right now. But let me just keep going here, okay? Because I want to explain what's happening. So in theory, you can do it, Vito, yes. So right now, silver is the top performing sector. 94% of the sectors that are in this list are up for the day, okay? Up for the day. Only a few down. So what I would do is go down here. So XLC, communications, for whatever reason, communication stocks are down for the day, 1.2% down, okay? For whatever reason. Maybe there's a big one of the ones that make up XLC. You can go down here. Maybe something is really dropping it, but so that's how you can right now in this list. Okay, are there more sectors? Of course there are, but these are the sectors that we're tracking in this top list window. You could create your own, you know, and add in all the sectors you want. But this is what we've got right here. Okay, so that's the first thing. You can check to see what is the top sector and what is the worst performing sector. So we don't have, again, for instance, we don't have this. Silver doesn't seem to have a lot of stocks in this sector, but you can create it. I mean, you know, go to Gemini or go somewhere and find out what stocks make up SLV and create your own top list like this of the stocks that form SLV. But these are the ones we do have. We have 11 of them. Okay, so here's XLI. So, you know, as expected, you know, with the SPY being up as much. But what I would do is here, remember, we looked at communications as an example. We looked at communications, and it's the worst performing sector today. 61% of the stocks are down today for whatever reason. But look at Lumen. Now, this is, you know, that's because of the CEO purchase. Lumen is certainly, but it doesn't have a lot of weight, obviously, in this sector. You know, Disney probably has, obviously, will have a lot more weight. But there's Lumen. There's a top performing stock in the XLC sector. What's the worst one? And you can see right here, NWS is down 3.9%. It's an earnings play. It's an earnings play. NWSA, sort of an offshoot of it. Here's Google. Okay. So this is how you can kind of see quickly what are the best stocks in the sector, what are the worst stocks, if you're just looking at strictly at the change from the close. So you could take this one, Vito, and you could say, okay, I want to look at the top performing sector or the worst performing sector, add that relative volume, sort on it, and you're going to see the ones that are having the most relative volume also. And is there probably a big correlation? You know, probably a pretty big correlation. If a stock is up 17%, that the relative volume is going to be pretty high. 3.8, not huge, but it is up. But it's also a big float, $1 billion in the float. That is a big move. But look at this: 100% of the stocks that make up XLE up, nothing's down. You know, APA has been down for most of the time. This has been one of the worst ones in that sector, retail. So again, AN, the best performing one, 7.4. But what I would do, I'm probably more interested to see, well, there's Amazon right there. There's Amazon. I'm surprised Amazon doesn't have more weight because the sector is up. But there's Amazon, the worst by far, the worst performing one in the retail sector. So this is a way some of you may be looking at this and going, you know what? That's a great way of using trade ideas, and that's all I'm going to do. Check out the top sectors, worst sectors, check out to see what stocks are performing the best within a sector, what stocks are performing the worst within a sector, and so on. Okay, and that's just the sector status window. I don't have to give it to you in terms of sharing it. People ask, well, can you share it? It's just a channel within our, one of the channels that we have, the sector status channel. Okay. So, that might be just what you want to do every day. Check the top sectors. What is this? SMH right now is taken over from silver, I think. No, silver is still top, but there's SMH. So now the problem is we don't have SMH here. Probably should, but you can always create. You could just have to find out what stocks make up SMH. Use Chat GPT or Gemini or something like that. It's going to tell you. It's going to give, and then you just create your top list with the stocks. That's all this is. That's all this is. XLF. If you went to, if you used AI to find out the stocks that were in here, they would give you the list, and then you just put them in, create a symbol list with them in, and that's how you can track them. Meanwhile, well, let me see what Bitcoin is doing right now. So it's faded just a little bit. I think it touch 70, but maybe not. No, it's kind of hanging in there. I mean, it's been, I just use IBIT to track Bitcoin, and so yeah, I mean, it's hanging in there. Yeah, SMX. You guys are talking about SMX. Yeah. Well, remember. So again, guys, no, this did not hit. This did not hit $560 million or trillion. Can't tell if there's a dot after the nine. Yeah, it's probably well. That could be trillion. I'm trying to see here. It is. I can't tell if that is a dot or a comma after these last numbers. But this is all reverse split adjusted. Well, it's certainly here, Dwayne. It's right here. In the race. So I would anticipate that. You know what? It wouldn't have hit my momentum scan on my momentum scan. The reason being, I don't use it right now. Okay, but because I put the relative volume minimum of 20. So it's only 14.8. Now earlier, maybe the volume is tapered off a bit. No, it looks like so I wouldn't have seen it in the momentum scan only because I put my minimum relative volume to be 20. Okay, but of course it would have shown up if I reduced that. Okay, guys, I think I'll go over this race right here. Before I do that, though, again, I do this every day. There are always new people in the room, and even people that are not brand new today. But I like to go over the concept of racing, just because I think, just because of the fact that it creates automatically a watch list for you for the day. Okay, and then these are stocks you can, whatever race you want. You can just track those stocks all day long, not get too overwhelmed by all the other stuff that's happening. But what I want to do is, if you click on my homepage link and then scroll down to the education section, click on the more info, okay? And then you see where it says user guide. Click on the user guide, and I just want to direct you to right there, TI stock racing. Here's how you can create your own stock race with your own set of parameters. I'm going to go over this one in detail, but this is your reference because I don't expect anybody to remember everything I'm going to go over. So this is your reference right here in the guide, TI stock racing. So I am running 4-minute races. Again, this is customizable. I'm going to show you how you can do that. But I mean, I'm running 4-minute races. You can choose to run whatever time frame you want. And why 4 minutes? I don't know. I pick 4 minutes. So there's nothing magical about it. I just pick 4 minutes. Okay. So what does it mean though? So here's SMX right at the top here, 5.3%. What does that actually mean? What does that percent mean? That means that since the race started about a minute and a half ago, this stock, SMX, has moved the most. It's moved 5% since the race started. That's what that means. And notice there's a jockeying for position at the top here. So obviously SMX dropped down. I don't even see it here now. So now HSDT is at the top. It's moved 3.4%. MRNO, et cetera, 2.5%. So what happens is over the course of the day, a top 10 list is built for you. A watch list is built for you. And it's made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see in the number one position, LIMN, what that number beside it means. It means it's won 2 races today. Foxel, 2 races, SMX, etc. Some days in this scan, you will see stocks that have won, 10, 20, 30 races. Some active stock, winning races, race after race after race. Obviously, you should pay attention to it. So a couple of things. You don't have to, while the race is on, I would certainly click on the one that's leading and just see what's happening. Is it setting up for you? Look at LASE right now. I mean, what if? Remember, the stock doesn't have to be at the high of the day or anything like that. It could just be. It's just the one that's moving the most percentage wise. So Lays, you could have been, had you clicked on this just a little earlier and look at the VWAP right there. If you're a bit of a VWAP player, it could have been sort of sitting on the VWAP and then moving, maybe acting as support, or maybe a moving average that you have. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I am now back again. So okay, quickly, Vito, relative volume is, the easiest definition of it is, so here, right there, 13.21 for LASE. That means up to this, it's time of day sensitive. So right now it's 10:30. It is it is trading 13 times normal up to this time of day. Okay, it is time of day sensitive. It basically looks back can't remember if it's 10 or 14 days, and to see what the average was, volume up to this time of day. There's a little more to it, but that's a simple definition of it. Okay, so it's time of day sensitive. Obviously, some of these numbers are huge, which means it's very active. If you're a day trader, you want to see something that's really active. You don't want to see something that. So people say, well, I only want to see stocks trading 2 million shares. Well, what if that stock normally trades 2 million shares a day? It's not really that exciting. But what if that stock that normally trades 2 million shares a day is trading 50 million shares a day? Okay, things like that. That's what the relative volume is all about. So getting back to the race. So a couple of things. You don't have to, number one, wait for a race to be over for you to click on the symbol. If you see something that's right at the top, click on it. Again, see what's happening. It might be setting up. I mean, look at MRNO. It looks like it's trying to hold the VWAP, right? I mean, it looks like it. Looks like the VWAP is acting as a bit of a support area. If that's your style of trading, you take the trade and you put your stop just underneath the VWAP, a little bit under, see what happens. You have to have some trading experience, but that's sort of an idea. Or maybe you've got a moving average that you like on your chart, depending on the time frame you use. Maybe the stock is coming into that moving average. Okay. So again, you don't have to wait for the race to be over to click on the stock. Also, I would click on anything that's won a race before. Just see what's happening. Here's X-ray. Not bad. I mean, it is basing nicely right here. It's over the VWAP. Maybe if it, I would call that, it's a bit of consolidation. Maybe put a price alert at the high here and see if it pops up through it on volume. Okay. Mhm. You and me both, JTB. And here's the SMX again. It and there's the last winner. It was Lay's, and it did not. So that was the first race it won. So it did not supplant the last one. So the only way Lay's can show up here is if it wins another race and kicks out one of the ones that have only won one race. But the bottom line is this: it'll create automatically for you a top 10 list, a watch list for you to follow all day long. Okay. Now the question has to be for those of you looking at this, pretty new to this. Well, why are these stocks showing up? So if I right click in the body of the race and open top list, all races start from a top list window. Watch when I right click on this top list window, it says launch real-time stock race. Okay. So why are these stocks in this top list window? Because what I'm looking for are stocks that are between $1 and $50, minimum of 200,000 shares, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close. That's how a stock can make it into this list of that's how a stock can make it into the list. Okay, that's number one. Number two, top lists can still be used like this. So, for instance, if you wanted to see the stocks that were up the most from yesterday's close, as long as you have the column header, which in this case, of course, I do, the change from the close percent, that little C percent, that refers to the change from yesterday's close. So I can double left click on it, sort on it. Okay. And SMX up 72% from yesterday's close. PSNY 29, whoops, sort of better. PLSE 40%, etc. Here's the list. I have the relative volume. So if I wanted to find the stocks in this list of stocks that I have the highest relative volume, be it box L, 30 times normal up to this time of day. So you can sort on any column header you want. It change from the open. Okay, SMX change from its opening trade of the day. It's up 63% from that. So as long as you have the column header, you can sort on it. So here is the beauty of the race, though. The race does not distinguish, between a stock that is up the most from yesterday or, barely up the most from yesterday. All it cares about is since the race started, what is moving the most in this list of stocks. That's all it cares about, percentage wise. Now, many times you're going to see these stocks at the top, winning race after race or being near the top because these are just active stocks. People are following them because of the volume, how much they're up. So that, it makes sense that they're going to be followed. But that doesn't make, here's LHAI. I mean, it's up 13%, but how would you know if it's moving up this list or something down here? Take Canada Goose. Here's Canada Goose. It's up 5%. But what again, if all of a sudden Canada Goose just started to move, it was up 6%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list. How would you know? Well, that's what the race does for you. You don't have to stare at a list of stocks and see what one is moving in this list of stocks. That's what the race will do for you. Okay. So hopefully it's starting to make sense that you can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters and run a race on it. You may not like this at all. Maybe you hate that. Maybe you want a different price range, a different minimum volume. Maybe you don't care if the stock is up 2%. Maybe you want to add you have any trading experience at all, add some filters of your own. Okay. And then you build your top list like that. And then you launch the race on it. Now, a simple way, now this race right here and this one, I'll go over this one briefly. They're both on my homepage. But if you wanted to quickly make some changes to it, if you click on the gear, these are some quick changes, just for maybe you want a different price range and a minimum volume. But then if you click on the advanced, you click on the summary. So here's what the race is. But now you can make changes if you want. What are the window specific filters? Here are the values. So if you wanted to make some changes or add some filters in that you want, here's a quick way of doing it. Okay, and then so that you've sort of taken my race and customized it. Okay. Now the difference in these two races. Now, because the market's up, the SPY is up, this list will be pretty big. I'm going to show you. Right click, open the top list, and yeah, huge list, almost like this one. On other days, when the market is, first of all, not up as much, and also when the market's down, you may only get about 3 or 4 stocks in here. But today, with the market up, these are large cap gainers. So if I right click on it and configure, you're going to see what the difference is. I've got a different price range, 10 and 70. Again, remember now, all customizable. But this is what's which prevents a lot of stocks from being in this list. So first of all, the market cap has to be at least 500 million, and the minimum float has to be at least 50 million. None of those values are in here. The other one is that the stock has to be near the high of the day. This is what we call the position in days range filter. So that 95, if that number was 100, that would be right at the high of the day. Okay, at 95%, that's very close to the high of the day. So all the stocks you see here, they meet these filter requirements, and they're pretty near the high of the day. Again, you can customize it by clicking on that gear and customize it to what you want to see. And it's the same principle, exactly the same principle. What stocks are moving the most in this list of stocks percentage-wise? Notice you don't get, usually you don't get anything over 1% in here just because of the market cap and the float and all. Doesn't mean they're bad to trade though. Just means they're less volatile. And if I were starting out trading, I would probably concentrate on these stocks as opposed to these ones. Yeah, these ones give you the big percentage gains, but they can also drop like crazy. So they're just more volatile. I'm not saying these are, home free by taking any one of these, but they're just less volatile just because of the market cap and the minimum float. So if you have any questions about the racing, etc., and again, I'm sharing these 2 races. They're on my homepage. So let's take a look. Sorry, let's take a look at this list here. So here's APLD. It won 3 races, and just like I said, this is a stock, strong stock, near the high of the day, probably right at the high of the day, just moving beautifully. Right? Okay, and look left, the next high, 36.50. So I mean, it has room until it hits that next high. I'm not Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's going to get to the next high, but it certainly has enough room. So, for instance, if I look left on the next high, right now the stock is at 34.07. If that high of 2 days ago was at say 34.10 or 34.20, I would never take the trade. But this is something that at least interests me because it has room to move before it hits that next high. Doesn't mean it's going to get there. It just means that I don't typically have to worry about um, the chart stopping the trade from moving higher. Many other reasons why it may not move higher, but at least I don't have to worry about a high, the next high looking left as one of them. So a lot of stocks are going to probably look like this. Again, Iran, crypto play. Crypto play, obviously, don't even have to check on it. IonQ, not a crypto play, but a little more choppy. See how a little more choppy it is compared to the APLD? I mean, this is what you want to see. You want to see something that's really smooth on that wave. And again, guys, if you want to know how to add the wave to your chart, just let me know. Okay, it's part of the standard service. Just let me know. I find it's a great visual aid to help you keep in a trade. So if I had been in this trade down here, you can see how it was hugging the VWAP right there. If I were so inclined to have taken this trade right here, I probably would have taken some off right here as it starts to consolidate and some of the bars get into the wave. I probably would have taken some off, but certainly not everything. In the past, I probably would have been at everything. But then I just hold on to some and then keep riding the wave up. Well, pull back to what, Vito? I mean, when you say pull back to what? Pull back to the VWAP? Like pull back to what? Pull back to a moving average that you like? I had this one that I was sharing the other day. Um, biggest pullback, biggest pullback winners to the VWAP. Okay, as an example. I mean, that might be something you want to look at. Okay, so click on the load, and you can see these are stocks that are still positive for the day. Okay, but if pull back into the VWAP. Now they got this got a little bit below it, but that's a stock that is still positive for the day. It's up 5%, 5.6%, pulled back into the VWAP. So you could take a look at the ROIV, which I've been looking at. It's still a super strong stock. It's up 16.8%. It is pulled back into the VWAP, and maybe at some point the VWAP will act as that support and it'll pop off it. We don't know for sure it's going to, but you can take a look at a top list like this, and you're going to see strong stocks that are pulling back into the VWAP area. Well, again, I'm not going to tell you that's exactly what you should do, okay, Vito, that is the absolute plan, but it's an idea, okay? Okay, it's just an idea. I don't like this one because look how far it got below the VWAP, and then you probably want to have something that's a little less volatile. The CNM, I don't know. I mean, it's more expensive stock, but the VWAP held it, and maybe I don't know, maybe you'd want it a little bit closer. So I mean, I can give this to you, and you can adjust it to your time to This is the change. It's sorted on a change in 5 minutes or 30 minutes. There's the SMX. Wow. Yeah. I mean, you just got to be careful. I mean, it's halted again, right? I mean, I'd love to know if that number is really a trillion, if that's a comma, and that is reverse split adjusted. This has obviously done many, 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 many reverse splits. Shoot. Hey guys, I'm actually watching this EZPW. It's just over the whole number. It came on the Williams scan. It was at 24.95. I would not take it until it broke at 25. And it's not great, but it is earnings play yesterday, and this is a continuation of it. Okay. Ugh. So Hub G is trying to bounce here, guys. I mean, it's at the high of the day. I mean, it's still down 22%, but it is trying to bounce. But it is down. I mean, it's so for all the reasons it's down. It's an earnings play, obviously not good. All right, so the market definitely shook off those Michigan numbers. Okay, I mean, I didn't know what they were exactly, but the market shook them off. Happened at 10 o'clock. A bunch of the Michigan sentiment numbers, etc., came at 10 o'clock. A little bit of action here, but shaking them off. That was up 800. What's IBIT doing now? And silver, I mean, it's not ripping. I mean, it's up three. I mean, in the you know before silver had its huge run. I mean, a move of 3.8% would have been huge. A little more wary. This is coming in Williams scan. I'm a little more wary of taking a long in something that is so down, because the reason it's down is still. I mean, look what it did though. It's interesting. It got right into. I'm talking about the Hub G, HUBG, but right into the 200-day moving average. So that acted as support for sure. The low is 37.17, and the 200-day moving average is 37.32. So, got right into the into the 200-day moving average area, and that acted as support. Bounced off. That was a big one from yesterday, wasn't it, William? RAL? Well, a big one. It got hammered down on earnings also, and it closed at 38.41, so it's about 9 cents over the close. The low is a little bit further down, so you would wait for 37.20. I mean, I didn't take the hub J, but it is moving. I mean, it is moving. The alert was that if you have this scan, you can see where it was 40.30. It's 40.67, not bad. I mean, obviously it's got room, but it's still an earnings play and it's trying to recover somewhat. Well, it continues to move. I think that's the one you were talking about earlier, William, PJ, SMX. Just give me one moment. Okay, so Tanaka Matza, if I pronounced that correctly. Um, well, okay, they're ideas, okay? Even though it's from the AI, these are ideas, but this is what it looks like, okay? So the AI, you'll never get an alert before 9:40. So the first alert came in at 9:41, okay, today. And when you load this is what the AI, so again, this is what the AI looks like. So there's an alert price and there is a stop price, okay? And if it's short, well, obviously it's going to tell you if it's short or long. So to answer your question, I hate to use the term when to buy. Okay. It's an alert. It'll still be up to you whether or not you like the idea or not. Okay. Okay. Just give me one moment, please. Okay. No, the AI does not look at individual stocks. Okay. The AI is just think of it like this. For instance, I've got So this is a scan I've got. I don't know today what stocks are, or like tomorrow on Monday. I don't know what stocks are going to be in here. The stocks have to meet the filter requirements. Okay. So I don't know what stocks are going to be here on Monday. Like I didn't know what stocks are going to show up here. So it's the same with the AI. Okay. Now I have to admit, Tesla rarely shows up because of the price. Okay. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen, I don't think usually we get stocks in the $400 range in the AI. I don't know if there's an absolute max. Okay. But these stocks that showed up here, we don't know what stocks are going to show up. These are all different scans that the AI has. And if a stock meets the filter requirements within the scan, then it'll show up. So it doesn't look at individual stocks and say, okay, AI, tell me what Tesla might do, or no. So for instance, again, just looking at this one. So the power of trade ideas is you can build your own scans, and like if you have any trading experience at all, you can build your own scans to see stocks that you might want to see. So for instance, in this particular scan, if the stock is between $2 and $50 and it's trade and on average, now typically I don't use this, but I'm keeping this in. On average, over the last 10 days, it's traded 500,000 shares a day. The current volume is at least eight. That means that's the relative volume. That means it's got to be trading at least 8 times normal up to this time of day. 300,000 shares have traded at least. The volume in the last 5 minutes is at least 250%. This is just a scan that is put together. So the bottom line is, if all of these filter requirements are met and stock makes a new high of the day or a new low of the day, we get a real-time alert. That is the power of trade ideas. You can create your own, if you have any trading experience at all. I'm not saying we have absolutely every single filter that you might want, but I think we have enough different filters and enough different real-time alerts that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give yourself the type of scan you're looking for, if that makes sense. That is the power of trade ideas. But again, just like anything else, the program is called Trade Ideas. Just because the idea met or a stock met your scan, it doesn't absolutely mean that you're going to take the trade. A lot of other things have, for me anyway, a lot of other things have to come into play. What does it look like on the time frames, that I have? Chart reading, in other words. So if you're interested in trade ideas, we're finding it a little bit more. Okay, you can go click on my homepage link. When you click on my homepage link, just scroll down a little bit, get to that education section, click on the more info, and then you can take a look at these videos, getting started with trade ideas. Don't do the first one because you don't have the program, but these are 12 short videos. This will give you an idea about the capabilities of trade ideas. Okay. If you look at these, you'll have 11 videos to look at. They're very short. That'll give you an idea about, okay, maybe I should try for at least a month. Okay. That's what I would do before I would take out a subscription, just to make sure it's something that you can kind of understand what the program is trying to do. Trade ideas can be as a lot of people find trade ideas can be complicated, and I just think it's because people tend to try to overcomplicate it. The reason I say that is something like this. Like this is what we call an alert scan. Okay, a real-time alert. So these are all, when you see these icons, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. And when you see these icons, these are the filters that we've got. So a lot of people will look at that and go, oh my gosh, how am I going to possibly learn all these? Well, the good news is you don't have to. If you have some trading experience, I mean, these are the two most popular ones: a new high of the day, a new low of the day, and then some of the filters, I mean, most people, when they're filtering, most people will have a price range they like to look at. I mean, most people don't want to just see every single stock from one to 1,000. So you can create a price range, a minimum volume, some basic stuff. And but if you've got any trading experience and you look, I mean, I've never used this, but 5-minute linear regression uptrend. Okay. If you have any idea about what that means, and to find, again, you don't have to learn everything that's in here, but if you're interested, say, oh, I wonder what that really means. Well, you left click on it and you click on the help, and it's going to give you a big detailed definition of what it's all about as an example. But I don't want to, but you don't have to go through each one of these and say, well, what does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? If you have any trading experience, what I'd be doing is just scrolling down, say, I know what that is. I'll try that. But I think people, they get really overwhelmed by all that. The reason there are so many is that when the company started back, I think in 2003, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create all these different real-time alerts and all these different filters so that, the majority of people could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. And if you're new to trading, if you're new, I don't know what your trading experience is, Tanaka, but I mean, if you're new to trading, you can click on my homepage link again and again to the education section, click on the more info, and anybody else listening, of course. And right down here, so let's scroll down here, back to basics. These are about 15, not about, there are 15 videos and all free, designed for people who are new to trading. I mean, trading is not easy. And the program is a fabulous program, but it's called Trade Ideas for a reason. It doesn't mean every idea is tradable. Wow. Did I, look, I mean, I talked myself out of this. I talked myself out of this HUBG, had the alert at 40.30. I thought, well, but it's an earnings play and it got hammered down on earnings. And for all the reasons it got hammered down, it's still, but boy, this just ran and ran and ran. Now it's finally having a bit of a pullback. But from that initial alert, 40.30, before it pulled back at all, I mean, that got up to 42.30. That's a $2 move. That's a tremendous move, 5% move on a $40 stock. That's a great move. But I didn't take it. So this crazy SMX, yeah, I mean, actually, even on a 2-minute chart, it's not too bad. The wave is not too bad. I mean, it just, pierced it a few times, but I mean, it's been strong. It's been over the VWAP. If you've not taken this one, then, it's pretty extended, obviously, up 100%. You might want to wait and see if it can pull back a little bit. The VWAP's at around 1440. Remember, guys, on Monday, if we see news that the CEO or CFO or one of the C-suiters has bought a bunch of stock in a company and it's still sort of at the stock price, we got to buy it. Okay. I mean, look at this Lumen. What a move. And we had all sorts of opportunity to get in here. And that's basically where the CEO bought. And that news, we talked about that in the pre-market. That was the news. We saw this in the pre-market, that news. I know, and I'm kind of kidding, but maybe I'm not. Yeah, FinViz I know used to have it. I don't know if they still have it. Oh, I like for free. I mean, I know they I'm sure they still have it, but I don't know if they still have it for free. But you know what? Dear Gemini, can you what sites can I go to for free that will show me insider trading? Like legitimate. I don't mean we're not talking about like illegal insider trading. Boy, what a move. William, did you take this one? I think well, no, you wouldn't have taken this one because you're the hub G because you would have been looking for a short shorting the top of it. Give me a moment, I'll be right back. All right, guys, let's see. The OCG. What do you think of Stifle, William? Is that how it's pronounced? I've never heard them pronounce the name pronounced. Is it Stifle or Stifle or what do you think of them? Long eye, so Stifle, okay. So what do you think of them as I mean like you like the analysts? Okay. They do have a little Canadian presence also. Really? Not a long eye? Well, William's saying it's a long eye, and you, GB, you're saying it's not a Stiefel. Okay. Well, who's right? Cool. Well, you worked with them, GB, and then William has met them, so maybe it was the accent. from the South. GB wins? Okay. Well, from now on, well, I'll call it Stiefel. That sounds more European. Right. Yeah, well, I wish I'd joined you, AJ. I know you asked for this scan earlier, and yeah, what a move! What a move is right. It's had a little pullback, but what a move! Yeah, it is German. Okay, so Stiefel. Okay, I guess he should know, right? GB, the chairman should know how to pronounce it. Didn't mean to sidetrack the room on a pronunciation of Stiefel, but um, okay, guys, it is now 11:12. So in about 45 minutes from now, I'll be taking a break. Steve Gomez will be in our YouTube room, fresh from skiing, his little weekend or 3-day ski adventure. Okay, guys. Well, Docs, yeah, Doc still looks like it wants to a little bit. ARM, I haven't seen that. ARW, K Sharman, ARW. I don't think I've seen that one. Arrow Electronics, yeah, pretty good. Earnings play, as you said, yes. Also, a lifetime high. Lifetime high, yeah. This is a lifetime high. Cheap one to be a oh, it's 151. I thought they said 15. Yeah, so yeah, lifetime high. Nice to hear, AJ. I'm just surprised more people don't ask me about it. You know, I always suggest people take a look at. I mean, it's Nothing is the be all and the end all, but I just find it really helps to keep you in a trade longer, just like you said, you know? So if where did you where did you take the trade? The alert was at 40.30, so you wouldn't have seen it until probably here anyway. And it's not about seeing the buy flag. It's got nothing to do with that. But if you had taken it, in this area, the only what I would have done if I'd been in this, I would have taken some off right here. As that bar started to pierce into the middle of the wave, I would have taken some off, just in case. And then, but not everything, and just sort of held on. If I hadn't taken it off here, I would have taken some off here. Every time a bar pierces into the wave, I would take some off. Well, not necessarily every time. I would take off some off maybe the first time I saw it. Maybe I wouldn't have taken anything off here, but just hold on. Yeah, hold on. In theory, you should still be in the trade, in theory, because it has not oranged on you. But you can keep in the trade a lot longer if you do take some profit, okay? When you get that bar, moving into the, say, the center of the wave as you're watching. That's how I use it, okay? This is not, so anybody who wants the trade wave on their chart, well, first of all, here is a sort of an explanation of what it's all about. So if you click on new from the toolbar, and again, it's part of the standard service, so why not use it? So if you click on dock channel bar and click on Ripster Rippers, what's going to happen is a video will pop up somewhere. Is popped up on my other monitor, and you can watch that video, about 5 minutes long. It's going to give you an idea about what the whole idea behind it is. Okay, and there's some actual scans based on it. Never really looked at this. Probably should one day. But again, it's part of the standard service. So why not try it? Well, there's a bit of a different one, William. Obviously, good. We used to have a filter that showed stocks that were released during market hours. Virtually, I would say that 99.99% of stocks either release pre-market or after hours. Rarely do they release during market, which would be, we do have a filter for that, but very, very rarely does that happen. So that's what you're saying happened. They released, and that, look at the volume that just popped up. Oh, so it's a pre-release, okay. But even then, normally they do these, before the market opens. So American Battery announces record-breaking revenue as it ramps manufacturing of critical minerals and publishes its second quarter fiscal 2026 results. So not a full release, you're saying? So looking left, where could this go? So the next high looking left, I mean, it's 430. There's a couple of highs right there. I mean, it, I wish the next high looking left was more like 5. But, I mean, that may not block it. I mean, what's the float? It's a big float, 129 million. So it's not a low float situation. So it's gonna take a bunch of volume to move it. All right, so I see that the ROIV is back up to 25. So this was not a bad alert from our AI and a short. The AAF, I didn't really see that one. I mean, I saw it, but I sort of disregarded it for whatever reason. I thought there might be something a little more exciting to trade, but you know what? The alert was at 10:05. I think I did look at it. I didn't like the spread, 955, 970. So probably that is another reason I didn't like it. Boy, oh boy, guys, Hub G. I mean, completely talked myself out of this one. You know, look at the wave. Look at the wave. And of course, it all depends on what time frame you're looking at. So if I had seen this, if I'd been in this one and I'd seen this little action there, I would have gone to a 1 minute chart because the way I'm almost for sure it would have turned a little orange. It didn't even turn orange on a 1 minute. When I used to look at that FinViz site for the insider action, I would sort of disregard the sales unless, you know, you saw a bunch of the C-suiters just dumping stock. I would pay way more attention to the buys. You know, people sell for a lot of different reasons, but typically they don't have to buy the stock unless it's a planned buy of some sort they're required to. But, you know, people like I don't think the CEO was forced to buy the stock. But selling stock can be for a lot of different reasons. You know, I'm buying my new mansion. I'm sending my kids to prep school. You know, I mean, for a lot of different reasons. You know, even Goose. I mean, you know, it took a while, but Goose, the alert was at 11:11 and 11:34 now. I mean, it you know chopped around a little bit. Okay, I did not think of that, William. Oh, I see. Yeah. Well, that's a good ploy, isn't it? The issue is that now, am I right that okay, this person who I'm just use this one as an example, the Lumen, the fact that she bought whatever it was 60 odd thousand shares, is there any restriction as to when she can sell them? I mean, she's going to have to probably notify, but could she turn around and sell them today? I mean, I just don't think. Yeah, I didn't think so, and just take the quick profit. You know? Well, I haven't been following any of the Halts resumes. There's another this one we've seen several times. The B Triple U and Fo, we've seen many times also. It's still super active, hard to trade. SMX, how many? Only had three alert or three halts. So what's SMX now? I mean, it's hanging in there. It has not had the utter collapse yet. Still hanging over the VWAP. This could be one of those late dayers, guys. I mean, it may move now, but the longer this holds in this area over the VWAP, just based on what has happened before, I'd have to back. Let me back. Well, look at the weekly chart. So not that many weeks ago, yes, it truly did get up to $500. Okay, that was truly. Here it did not get up to whatever that number is, 300 and $560 trillion or $1 million. I can't tell. Yeah, well, William could probably answer that. I don't know, Otto. It's possibly what you're saying. All right, what's this one? Swede, SUIG. SUIG, don't think I've seen this one before. Where are they out of? US? Okay, big move. Big move out of some kind of consolidation right there. But looking left, where's the next high? 150. That could easily block it at that 50-cent level. But even if it broke through that, 155 and then 160. So to me, I mean, unless you were in this now earlier, I mean, to take it now would be, to me, it'd be a little bit dicey. So interestingly, so the ones that have shown up on the Williams scan, they're all earnings plays. I mean, Goose was yesterday, but they're all earnings plays basically today, except for the EZPW. And that was fairly recent. That was February 4th pre-market. So they were all basically kind of earnings plays. So when we get out of earnings season, I'll probably have to relax the filters because I want to get some stocks in here. Okay, ROIV, are you ready now? I mean, it's an all-time high. It's an earnings play also. Earnings play also from our AI. There's the SMX again leading a race. So right now, what time is it? Minute in. Now, the classic. Okay, see how it's pulled back into the VWAP. It's trying to bounce off the VWAP, perhaps, and it's leading a race. See how what I'm saying is that these can be used to play pullbacks. You have to click on the symbol to see what it's pulled back to. If it has pulled back, some of the times it'll still be near the high of the day, but sometimes it is pulled back. So there's SMX pulled back right into the VWAP, and so far the VWAP has held it. How can you change the volume color? Okay, question from our YouTube room. So I don't know what the default is. This is what I use. I use blue and orange, but I mean, in order to change that, if I wanted to, okay. So I'm gonna now. It depends on are you using the? I wonder if it matters. Okay. Well, just have to find the edit. Okay. It depends on what you're using, the browser-based browser charts or the legacy charts. Okay. So I'll look in the daily chart here. But if I right click and click on indicators, okay, now I have edit up here. If you're using these charts, you'll see the edit down here. But you click on edit, okay, and then you click on the volume right there. Well, you click on volume right there, and you see where it says modify colors. So I'm talking to Dave in our YouTube room. Are you following this? Before I keep going, and good grief, finally. Oh, you guys probably know what I mean. It took forever. So Dave, are you following me? What I've done? What I'm going to show you what to do? So it all depends if you're using these charts that have the wave in them, you right click indicators and the edit is down here, okay? And then you would click on volume, okay? Depends on what chart what type of chart you're using, either the ones that have trade wave on them or the old what we call legacy charts. You just need an answer. All right. Well, guys, I've been holding my breath on the EC. The only one I've taken today is the EZPW, and it was a challenge. Didn't take it at 24.95, but it was definitely a challenge. Dave, in our YouTube room, can you hear me? Really helps, guys. If you ask me a question, and I just want to make sure I'm not on mute for you, or you can hear me. You can see what I'm doing. LUMN, William. LUMN, Lumen. About $500,000 worth at around. We saw this in the pre-market around 640, and we could have easily bought it right then. Okay, Dave's not here. No. Do we have I don't think so, but just give me a moment. I don't think we have that. Well, we might. Chart style? No. At least nothing is called Heikanashi here. These are the chart styles you have, and I really like the OHLC. I really like it. Well, again, guys, the easy PW, it took its time, almost knocked me out right there, almost. Now, this is not easy, on the wave. I mean, I can't really follow it on the wave. I mean, it's on parabolic a little bit. I mean, we have to catch up. And again, that came from. This is the only one that was not an earning. Well, it was an earnings play a couple of days ago. So technically, these are all kind of earning related plays. Oh, you're back. Okay. So Dave, so can you hear me? So you can hear me, I'm assuming. So in order to change the colors, and others may be interested also, it depends on the chart style you're using. Okay. If you can see a wave, or if you have, I'm going to right click on this chart. If you've got the user browser interface checked on your chart, okay, then this is what you're going to see. Oops. So if I click on indicators, see the edit down here. So that the chart style that you're using? That has the edit down here when you click on indicators, right click, indicators, and edit is down here. Or is it here? Right click, the other type of chart, right click, indicators, and it might be up here, edit. Just let me know which one, okay? Dave, you only have two options, okay? When you right click on the chart, you click on options, and depending on the chart style you're using, your edit is going to be here, or again, right click on the chart, click on indicators, or it's going to be up here, edit. Just let me know. Well, Dave, I'm going to have to move on. I'll wait for a response. Well, I'm going to pretend that maybe other people want to know also. Okay, so if you wanted to change the color here in these charts, the one that what we call use browser interface charts, you would click on indicators, and this is for anything, but you click on edit, and where it says volume, you click on volume, and here's how you can my up color, my down color. You just click on, and there's a palette. You can pick whatever you want for your up color. Oops, I've done that before. Okay, so again, indicators, edit, click on volume, and then you can pick whatever the palette is that you want, or from the palette for your up color, the palette, or from the palette what you want for your down color. Okay, what I did was or if you're using these charts, okay, these are the what we call, I know that it's confusing, the browser-based charts. If you're using these charts, then you right click, same thing, right click indicators, but the edit is up here. Same idea though. Just have to find where the edit is. There's the volume. It's already highlighted. Modify the colors. So it's a little bit different, modify the colors, but it's the same idea. Set up color, set down color. Okay, so if it has the wave, Dave, then it's here, right click, indicators, find the edit right down there. And if you know, I'm assuming you have volume already because you want to change the colors. Just click on volume and right here, up color, down color. You click on the up color, pick whatever color you want for the up, and then do the same thing for the down color. The palette will pop up, whatever color you want for the down. Okay? So I guess the default is up is green and down is sort of red. I just like this better, but you know, it's up to you. Okay, Dave, I'm so did you get what I said? Because you're saying you're here again, or do I? I'll go over it again, but just try to maintain being able to hear me, I suppose. All right, easy PV. So every one of these, I don't know if the gen would have worked, but every one of these, I think. Yeah, so I think the gen is the only one that didn't actually work from the scan. Again, their ideas. I don't think it. Let's see what it did do though. I mean, gen at 25, 946. What time was that? That was around right here. Yeah, so that did not move higher than really 25. All the other ones though, obviously the goose right now got up to 1140 or so. This one was awesome. QNST on a short. Remember, pink means short. It was awesome. It has popped up a little bit here, but it got down to almost 12, I think. The RXO 1651, modest, you know, and you never know. I mean, it might take off later, but you know, it is a little bit above. And now finally for me, the EZPW really moving nicely now. And well, you know, to talk, the HUBG is still working. Finally it pulled. Finally orange. Okay, so you could have been in this. Maybe take some off right here, but if you got in at around the 40-30 mark, you could have maintained that all the way up to 43-30, 60, and then you know start to maybe if you hadn't taken any off. I certainly would have taken some off in this area. Okay, so Dave, can you hear me though? Okay? Can you hear me and see what I'm going to do? So you're using TradeWave. So right click in your TradeWave chart, right click on it. Then this box will pop up. Click on indicators. Click on indicators. Hopefully you can follow this. Click on indicators. And then where it says edit, okay, where it says edit, just click on edit. And then click on volume. I'm assuming you have volume because you want to change the color. Click on the volumes. So now, and then you see the up color and the down color. Okay. And that's it. And then just click on the up color. Click on the color itself and a palette will show up. You can pick whatever color you want from that palette. And then the down color, again, the same idea. Whoops. I guess you have to do it. Just give me a moment. You can do it. You can do it at the same time, but there's the down color. So you just pick the palette. I guess you had to save. If you change it, you would click save. Okay. So it's pretty simple. Are we good? I can do it again. I just want to make sure because I'm going to be taking a break soon, so I can do it again. I just want to make sure it's not hard. Okay, right click, box pops up. Click on indicators. You should see the edit box somewhere. Click on edit, and then just highlight volume. You've got volume. You must have it. You want to change the color. Highlight the volume when you left click on it to highlight it. And here's how just these are just palettes. Click on the palette right or the color right there. Palette shows up. Make your change, save it. Go to the next one, the down color, make your change, save it. And that's it. And then just X out. Now I have to remind myself. That's the other reason why I like this one. This was a lifetime high. Okay. So I didn't have to look left. Okay. For the easy PW, I didn't have to look left because there's nothing to see. It's a lifetime high. Great continuation of earnings. Somebody was talking about Pulse earlier, PLSE. Yeah, a little bit. You see a little bit choppy on the wave. The lower float stocks are not going to be as well. I'm going to say as beautiful. Okay, the higher float stocks, more expensive stocks, typically will a wave formation will look a little less volatile. But you could argue that okay, a little bit volatile consolidation, little pop. Okay, Dave. Okay, so you're in the main room now. Okay, so now there's no time delay also in this room. So you say you're using the trade wave, okay, in your chart. So right click on your chart, right click on it, right click when you're in the chart, right click on it. This box should pop up, okay. And if you say you're using that will be checked. If you're using the trade wave, that has to be checked. It will be checked. You don't have to uncheck it. Use browser interface will be checked, okay. And then click on indicators. Click on indicators. When you do that, this box should pop up, okay? And then where it says edit, click on edit, and then just click on the volume, left click on the volume, because that, yeah, obviously you have it because you want to change the colors. So click on the volume. When you click on it, it'll highlighted. Then this box will pop up. And here's how you can change the up color, the down color. When you click on the color itself, a palette will show up. Then you can pick whatever color you want from the palette. Well, then you don't have volume. You haven't added the volume then. So it's not a matter of changing the color. I don't think you've added it. You don't have volume bars? Well, if you have volume bars, I can't see how. What colors are they? Are they red and green? Just out of curiosity, the volume bars that you've got, are they red and green? Okay. So again, you right click, click on indicators. So we're that far anyway, and you can click on edit. And if you're saying you don't have volume here at all, I don't understand how that's possible. If you have volume bars, because I'm not sure how that Pepe is it possible that if he's got volume bars, that one of the volume would not show up in the list? Can't see how it's possible. If you have volume bars here, and you right click and click on indicators, not indicators. Well, you won't have that. Not modify. No, don't. I mean, that might help too, but click on indicators and then edit. And if it's not in the list, I don't know how to help you. I actually do not know how to help you. If it's not in the list and you say you've got bars, I just, do you know how to, I'm going to be taking a break soon, but if you right click on your chart and then save or share to cloud, okay, save or share to cloud, because I love to see your chart. Save or share to cloud, and then save and share, okay, and then you can paste it in here. So if I did that right now, paste it in by Control V. So here, I just, so once I went through that exercise, right click, save or share to cloud, save and share. So now it's in the cloud. And then I Control V'd to paste it in. So if you clicked on that, I want to see yours. Okay. I want to see your chart because it doesn't make sense to me that you don't have volume if you've got volume bars. How to add VWAP to the chart? Yep, Danny. So depends what you're using. If you're using a browser-based chart, so if you right click, you'll know if you're using a browser-based chart if use browser interface is checked. Okay. And so I'll go on that premise. I'll go to the other one if it's not, but then you just click on indicators and you just pick VWAP. Okay. You'll see it's in the list of indicators. Pick VWAP, and then you can pick your color that you want the VWAP to be. And I've picked this sort of purplish. Okay. If I edit it right now, it'll, well, I've picked purple. So that's how you can add it. If you're using the other type of charts, right click, indicators, and it's the same idea. You just find the VWAP in the list of, there's the VWAP right there. And then you can modify the colors right here. And, there's a palette you pick. I wonder why that's not working. Depends on the chart you're using though. I don't mean the time frame, okay? I'm talking about, we do have two different styles of charts. One is using this right click, use browser interface that allows you to see the trade wave. The other one is the legacy charts. It's the same idea though. You'll get a list and you just pick VWAP and then just add whatever color you want. Most people want to have it in the chart area as opposed to a separate, something that's separate. All right, guys, I'm going to take a break pretty soon now, about 5 minutes from now. Steve is going to take over for me in our YouTube room. So first thing I'm going to do is put the YouTube link in. It is Steve. He just confirmed it's going to be him. So just give me a moment. I'm going to put my announcement first. The next step is to so for those of you in the main room, this is the link for YouTube. Well, the VWAP you're adding is the VWAP for the day, right, Danny? It's the VWAP. So intraday, that is the VWAP for the day. So if you're talking about the 1, 2, 3, I know we have all these different VWAPs that are from previous days. which I don't think you can add in here, but we don't see it. Let's take a look here. No, that's it. Yeah, but there doesn't appear to be an option. I know what you're talking about, the VWAP 2, 3, 4. But this is the VWAP for the day. Yeah, I don't see any. There's no way to like VWAP and then within here today's, yesterday's. So I don't see that there's any option to do that. SMX press release out. Well, that should help it. Remember what I was saying right here, guys, holding the VWAP. And and I actually said this could be one of the late day, but it's already, it's already breaking out. But believe me, traders are looking at this nonsense that happened over here. It's not that long ago, December 5th. So 2 months ago, yes, the stock got up to almost $500. That was for real. I mean, should it have? No, but I mean, it did. But look what happened afterwards, collapsing all the way back down to, 10. So the news, oops. This is the news. Is amended its existing equity line of credit, increasing the facility to 250 million, etc. That's your press release. Is this truly the beginning of the bounce? I mean, obviously, it could be the beginning of the bounce, but are we still like? It'll be interesting. Over the weekend, of course, because Bitcoin trades all the time. So we'll see what happens over the weekend. A little pop I heard. So Steve is in our YouTube room now. Okay, guys. So I'm going to put myself on mute now. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour in the main room. So I'm just going to mute myself now. And now, I don't know how relaxed you are. Probably a lot of good skiing. You probably have a nice ski tan, Steve.
Well, I'll get the camera on, I think. Let me see. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, but I'll do it a fake tan, though.
Yes, I was absolutely 5-star skiing. 3 days of sun and snow and good company, and just couldn't have asked for more. It was great.
Excellent.
Yeah, so much
fun. Now you need a rest though from the.
I planned it one day of work and then the weekend.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
All right, and I saw what you said that Brian bought $63,000 worth of Bitcoin on the plane.
Well, he tweeted that that was the VWAP level he was looking for, and 63,000 was the level. He didn't buy $63,000 worth of it, but that was his level.
Oh, I misread what you said.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So he had been watching the 63. We'd been talking about it all week, in the sauna at dinner. He's like, yeah. Because so he was on an airplane and he texted me, I just bought it at 63 on an airplane.
Oh, I see. Okay, I got you. Yeah. Well, that's what Andy, Andy came into was in our YouTube room yesterday, and I know he's not a huge Bitcoin follower. And I sort of jokingly, it's probably because of, hearing what you guys were saying, I jokingly asked him, well, where's the bounce for Bitcoin? And he said, well, if I were going to do it, probably about half of the high, and which was about, 62, 63.
Interesting. So, yeah. So not only was that an anchored VWAP that Brian was watching, it was also a 50% retracement.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe that's what you guys were actually talking about. But
I wasn't talking to Andy much during the week. So I was surprised.
So that was all on his own volition. Wow.
Yes,
and he's not a big Bitcoin player, really. So,
and I had a couple of my neighbors call me last night too. They're, what are you doing? And I said, well, I bought some XRPI. My friends bought some Bitcoin. And so take that for what it's worth. I think that's what they wanted to hear.
Right. So how long is the rally going to go, Steve.
In which one? The crypto?
Yeah.
I have a feeling that might have been a really, really solid washout, which means there could be a lot of good road ahead. So we'll see.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll mortgage the house and just put everything into it right now.
Well, I mean, I'll talk about what I did when I go live here for sure. So
Sure. Okay.
I participated in the XRPI, which I'm pleasantly
Well, I
pleased
saw that this morning too. Yeah, that was
because it's
really-
up 24% right now, and
exactly.
no complaints.
Okay. Okay. Now I get a full break, right? Because you don't have to go at
We're all good.
quarter
I don't
to or
have anywhere
5
to
2.
be.
Okay. Okay. We'll see you in about an hour.
Thanks. See you, Barry. All right. Hello, everybody. Let me open this up so I can see your chat. Hello, everybody. How's XRP looking? Yesterday, it was right about the same time that Andy and Brian were talking about the same level that they bought. They told me pretty much. Let me get to that. There we go. 64. He blew through 63 a little bit, but it was the same time of day. And I'll tell you what, I'm just going to say this was kind of fate, because obviously I was on vacation, and I came in back to town with a lot of cash, and this was the perfect day to be able to do that. So I started last night. I didn't want to have to pull, money out of my bank to go buy more XRP tokens. So I said, well, I'm flush with cash in my 401k account because I've been on vacation. Why don't I jump in and just buy the ETF? So it was right around the same time that Brian and Andy were buying Bitcoin. I'm much more bullish on XRP. So to answer your question, it's looking good to me, I believe. So it's my biggest position right now. I literally bought it at 680 last night, about 4:30 Pacific. And I haven't looked back, and I don't think I'm going to look back. So I basically added a bunch of exposure to Ripple's XRP, but it's now by way of this ETF, because I don't have any plans on day trading this. I'm going to sit in this. So hopefully that answers that. I'm extremely, extremely bullish on what may have happened. You know what I would love to see? I'd love to see later today some sort of a headline that said there was a major liquidation. Somebody had to be force liquidated, and maybe it would even be Michael Saylor. That would be really good tailwind news to hear that. But, we'll see if that happens. It is a Friday. These types of news drops on Fridays. But having a pretty good day. I have no complaints. So again, I think it was almost divine. The ski trip was wonderful, and to be able to come back to this big capitulated sell-off in stocks and crypto was kind of a nice blessing. So having a good week. Sore muscles, Patrick. I trained a lot before I went, and it wasn't quite enough as you had thought. Day one was okay. Day two was like, what the hell are we doing here? Then day three, everything was kind of settled in. So I'm ready to go back. I'm going to Bryan Head with my daughter and her boyfriend, Bryan Head, Utah, in early March. And then I'm going to go see Brian Shannon again at Winter Park in late March. Pretty excited about this time of year. I love it. So if anybody's here that needs trade ideas support, that's why we do this. It's not to listen to me just drone on, because I will. I'll go through the positions that I bought today. Pretty good day to be able to have some money to go shopping. And I was just kind of picking things off quickly. Pre-market, I was up at 4 a.m. buying ABTC because I just felt that was going to be my exposure to Bitcoin. As I mentioned, XRPI also. Those are my two biggest winners. When I started buying this morning after the open, I bought some Oklo. It has been sold off pretty hard. Andy got me into RGTI, thankfully. So I'm sitting in that. It looks like it's camping above its 5-day moving average now. I really don't have much plans to sell today. I might start selling some of the stuff on Monday. ONDS I picked up on my own. Just another oversold one that I named. These are all names that I'm very familiar with, and I wanted to play. I told Brian yesterday, he showed me Exo, which is an exoskeleton company, and it's very tricky. It's only $3 million in the float. and it's widespread. And I said, I'm just going to buy a little bit and see what happens, because I like the way it was kind of shaping up there yesterday. So that one is working. Kodak, I'm in and out of this thing occasionally, and I just felt like it was ready to make a move. Another good move there. So, for the most part, you can just throw a dart and things are bouncing off of the incredible sell-off we had for 3 days while I was gone. And so I think we have a little bit of bounce to it. Some things might bounce more than others. What else did I buy? Oh, I bought back DJT, which is, again, of course, nuclear exposure, nuclear power, and Bitcoin exposure. Love the way that's holding up. So these are my favorites. Oh, BKKT is one that is a crypto stock. I'll probably maybe fade out of this one if it can keep going on Monday. But you might notice I have nothing to do with metals. Metals kind of whipped me around a little bit last week, and I didn't really care for it. So it was a nice time to go on vacation. So there's no metals whatsoever in my portfolio today. I grabbed some Rumble Media. I've been trying to play this one, but it always fails me. Maybe this time it'll come into play. And lastly, I've got some GameStop. I like the way I kept telling Brian over the weekend. He said, why the hell do you own GameStop? I said, well, it had this nice push, nice pullback, push above the 200. And now it's just creating a nice little base camp here above the 200 with the rising 10 coming up and out. And he agreed. So that's it. That's what I've got. I got a full load because I feel like these are the moments that, we want to wait for. I've been around to see enough of these that it was a pretty oversold condition. I can't remember who the person is. They're always asking me, are you bullish on the market, Steve? And I would say, yeah, last 3 days you were probably saying, what the hell were you thinking, Steve? But maybe, this is the head fake that the market needs to pull that arrow back and then shoot it higher. We'll know next week. Time will tell. But I'm not really interested in the silver miners or the miners. I think that play was on the upside and it was fun while it lasted. But when those things break, it's very hard to play. And there's overnight risk and things like that. So, excuse me, I don't have any of that. Reason to be more bullish on XRP? Yes, I'm going to give you one main reason right here. Bitcoin. This is a 1 hour chart. Bitcoin is up 11%. XRP is up 22%. XRP is currently outperforming Bitcoin by a factor of 2. So after that giant washout and after the weak hands were shaken, and I think the institutional hands were the ones who have taken over, and this is what the market needed. It needed a one last shakeout of leveraged weak hands and people who didn't believe in it. And the institutions loaded up on what they think is coming or know is coming. But what's curious to me is the rotation. XRP is bouncing by a factor of 2 over Bitcoin. HBAR, same thing. I'm talking about the utility coins bouncing by 20%, a factor of 2. I was in a meeting and I bought some XDC in my Uphold account. That's up 29%. So XLM, XRP, XDC, the X utility tokens are literally outperforming Bitcoin. And I think that's very significant. And this might be the turn, that I'd personally been waiting for as a major proponent of the XRP tokens over Bitcoin. That's what I prefer. There's nothing wrong with Bitcoin. I just think the upside is going to be in these utility tokens as the new financial rails are rolled out. Bitcoin will be there to help be a backstop as, stable coins and a store of value. You can settle, and that type of stuff. But XRP is it's going to be like a money gumball machine. The more assets that are tokenized globally and run through the systems from country to country and converted in 3 seconds from one digital currency to another, where both digital currencies are asset backed. That's the key. That's where I think we're going. The fiat currency is going to die. The federal central banks, including the Federal Reserve, are slowly going to become obsolete. In terms of usage, what will it be used for? So exactly, that's just what I was talking about. Everything is going to be, do some research on what is being tokenized. All of a sudden, I heard diamonds were tokenized on the XRP ledger. What does that mean? That means every diamond is accounted for and now tokenized, as you guys know, non-fungible token, and it's stored and it's ledged on the XRP ledger. And if somebody wanted to sell that in, South African currency, they could quickly sell it to somebody in China, where both digital currencies transact and convert with under 3 seconds for hardly any fee at all. Whereas currently, if you wanted to do that, you have to use the SWIFT system. And that's garbage. So I truly believe that the new global financial system is headed for speed and efficiency. Everything is going to be real world asset backed via tokenized. And the XRP ledger, these are all Ripple products. There's there's Ripple, RLUSD. Ripple is their stable coin. The XRP ledger is the layer 1 ledger that all the transactions happen on. And they allow people to maybe, buy something in one stable coin or one currency and then convert it in 3 seconds. And then it settles on the other end in the token or the asset that the receiver wants it to be. So it's just like a 3-second converter. That's how you have to look at it. ETH can't handle that type of volume, and it's also way too expensive, and you can't control the cost. The cost can go up and down based on usage, whereas XRP is a fixed cost for the most part. And then a step further is HBAR, Hedera, which isn't a ledger. It's a blockchain. It's what's called a hash graph, which means it's even faster than XRP, but like institutions and other companies might use them for business transactions, proprietary stuff, because they know they can move things around at scale and the fees will never go up. So Ethereum, your fees are not always fixed. They're very expensive. And ask, Chat, GPT, Claude, Grok, how many transactions of tokenized transactions can XRP facilitate per second versus Ethereum per second? And then what's the cost? So you'll start to see real quickly that it sounds cool, but at the higher institutional global level, it's just not a wide enough road and it's too expensive. There's too many toll bridges. Get a haircut. So let's see what's going on over here in the markets. I'm happy to look at any charts you guys want, but that's what I'm thinking. And so now as we have the NASDAQ here, probably going to find sellers at this blue line, which is my 5-day moving average. Oh, and curiously enough, look at that. The spies are already there. So the spies have already reached, and you can see exactly what I was just predicting for the NAS. They're finding a little bit of resistance here. This is where the sellers are going to say, okay, you guys, we're still bearish. What's going on? And then lastly, the IWM, ideally, it's above. So there's our hierarchical order. The small cap IWM has busted through its respective 5-day moving average. And look at this. Look at how much it was being held back yesterday. This is a major area of interest. That's why I use this. Once it closes above and starts to work higher, all of a sudden, it's got a plus grade. It's no longer under pressure, the 5-day moving average. The next most strength is in the S&P, the broad S&P. It's fighting it right now, and it's getting what's called a pinch play. So the pinch of the 10 SMA is coming up to pinch the major wall of the 5-day. And ideally, I want to see that do what the IWM did. And as you can tell, technology is the one that has been beat up the most the last few weeks. And it's respectively not even close to its 5-day moving average yet. So that's what I'm seeing. The trade of the week about a month ago was JetBlue, and it's still doing really well. Lowe's was this week, hanging in there. Well, that's a nice breakout if it can do it, but it was called down here in the trade of the week. And we also have Array, which was a trade of the week. I need to actually put that alert back in there. I might participate in that Monday. Oh, you're welcome, Deplorable. So ideally, just, I'm sitting on my hands. I'm not looking to panic sell anything because I feel the rubber band was stretched so far down that I don't mind pullbacks intraday today because I think those pullbacks are needed. And then I just want to see how everything closes. So for me personally, at the end of the day, I'll probably raise a little bit of cash, sell a few things maybe that aren't working as well as I wanted them to, so I can recycle that cash into Monday. I don't have a margin account. And believe you me, some days that saves me. Like right now, I'm out of cash. I couldn't buy something else if I wanted to. So even at my experience level, trust me, that I need that guardrail sometimes. I need that leash. iBit on highs. That's good for crypto. Should be good for ABTC that I'm in. It should be good for BKKT that I'm in. A lot of times price action will do this. It'll pop up and then roll back. And then that ideally should be just a sweet spot of support for me. If crypto stays strong, that little point right there should be defended by buyers. HBR, if you didn't know, is the H bar, the Hedera I was talking about, the Hedera hash graph. They've got their own ETF, which by the way, in itself is almost like a signal that institutions are, ready to adopt this type of technology for enterprise stuff. Whereas XRP is going to be global institutional banking and finance. This H bar will be more like enterprise level stuff. I see this exoskeleton I bought going to highs, but this is a really nasty one. It's got a wide spread. Well, happy Friday, guys. Super Bowl weekend. I might go golfing. That's the best time to go golfing. Like Brian's going skiing. Every year he says it's the best Sunday ever to go on the mountain and avoid people. Super Bowl Sunday. Really solid candles there in Bitcoin, whereas XRP got a little bit ahead of itself. But nonetheless. So this Oklo that I'm in, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to, raise a little right now. So since I expect Oklo to run right into this blue line there at 1766, we'll front run it at 1750. And I'm going to peel off a third and be happy that I can raise some cash tomorrow on that one. But I'm going to put my price in, sell third, limit. I want 7150. Only because I expect the selling. It's been a wonderful run since the open. I don't want to give it all up, but I want to, pay the man a little bit. Okay, that's in. All right, guys. Well, does anybody need any help with trade ideas? I can look at whatever you want. I know I took Dan away from the people that wanted to hear him on Wednesday, but he'll be back next Wednesday. Look at this APLD, another perfect example using the guide rails that I use. There's resistance on the 5-day. Messy, up, recovers, breaks through, and then what was resistance now becomes support. And what forces the issue is my secondary and only indicator, the 10 SMA. This is textbook right there. This is all that I use to make my decisions. And like I was just mentioning, Okolo is under that area. And since I expect sellers to be there, why not just make them reach up and ring the bell at that level and get rid of some? HBR low volume, yes, but let me explain something. I've traded this before, and there are computers who are there giving it a tight spread. Like if I look right now, I'm going to go over here to my Thinkorswim. It's 13 by 19. So it's a 6-cent spread, 5-cent spread. So there's always going to be liquidity there because there are computers that are arbitraging and there to provide. Even though it only shows 64,000 shares, if I wanted to get out right now, I could probably get out at midpoint 13, 18. It's usually about a 5 or 6 cent spread, and they're there. They will provide the liquidity for you. You just have to understand that the spread's always going to be 5 cents wide. What I like to do is just go right in between, and when those computer algorithms see a midpoint point, they can usually say, "Hey, I can make a penny on this or whatever," and you'll more than likely get picked off. Don't be hitting market order on HBR. It's got a 5 cent spread, so just find the midpoint and send that out there, and I bet you might get a deal done. I like seeing these names: IBIT, HBAR. This is all crypto. It's Crypto Monday after the bloody Thursday. Okay, so my thoughts on silver. It had its moment. Sometimes things get wonderfully parabolic, but once they break, they get really hard to kind of gauge. But I fully believe that silver is going to regain. I still believe in the underlying story that's there. Silver and gold are probably going to move higher. I think we're heading towards a gold, silver, Bitcoin-backed currency globally. So the way the countries are moving, that's why they've all been repatriating their gold and buying it, and they're setting up. They know what's coming. And so what happened yesterday in crypto, I think, was the final shakedown in the digital side of that things to get the final weak hands and leveraged hands out. And the institutions are now there on the bid side, and I hope they stay. But that being said, I was participating in PSLV of the ETF, and it was just too hard. I'll say this: I've got an alert set. Like if I've got some cash ready on Monday, I'm watching HYMC, that one miner that did so well. If it wants to pull back to its 50-day moving average, maybe a little above right there, I might be interested. I'm just not interested in trying to trade silver right now. I own the physical, and I keep reminding myself there's no need to try and make sense of trading silver right now because you own it. So I'm more focused on crypto right now. But I'll say this, it's very tricky right now. It could go either way. It could drop down and gap down another night, but I hope it doesn't. I think that should be the worst of it, but it doesn't really seem like a trade. It's like I'm going to use a skiing analogy. It's like a triple diamond, black diamond right now. There's a lot of rocks and cliffs and pitfalls that you might not see. I'd rather stay on the groomed runs where it's not as bumpy and you can kind of see where you're going. And that to me right now is an oversold situation in Bitcoin. That was a tremendous dump yesterday with giant volume. And again, I participated yesterday after hours in XRPI. I used my 401k money to get exposure to XRP rather than try and buy it. And when I saw that volume candle too, it's like, wow. Not only do you have these extended capitulated blowouts in price, you've got the giant volume candle, which is like a double confirmation. So I see nothing but hopefully bids for the near future in crypto. Oh yeah, there's nothing going away in terms of the triple threat, silver being a valuable asset back for currency, needing silver for solar, and needing silver for the batteries and AI centers and conductors. However, some people are saying, we might get to a point where we just have to work with copper more than we would like. Silver's the best, but copper could be the next interesting play in the metals. There's a COPX ETF. Some people are actually buying physical. I think that's insane. That's a lot of heavy physical material. But yeah, so the industrial uptake, you're right. And they just might be forced to be using copper. We've heard the stories about certain, like Samsung, contacting mining companies, trying to lock up their rubble and their ore, and just saying, we're just going to contract you and pay you, and we'll take it from there, and they take it and refine it. They don't even want to wait for the refined material to come off and have to compete with the rest of the market for it. So they're so aggressively bullish, Samsung is, with their new batteries, that they're just contracting with miners directly, which is just crazy. But once that giant break happened, which everybody said was literally like a 10 sigma event that never ever occurs, maybe in history we'll know what happened on this day right here. That is pretty unfounded. And we got what you call the dead cat bounce, moving higher on red candles. That's about as hard as it can get, moving higher on red candles, not green candles. And then another massive overnight beating. So I'm not interested at all in trying to gain. This is like a giant wave that just broke on a surfer's head, and you're just getting tumbled around right now. I'd rather, this is the surfer on the wave right there, but it's time, be careful, because it's almost time to bail out and the wave crashed. So trying to play charts on silver right now is like, big messy wave that a surfer would have. Well, yeah, that's a good point. But what is really fascinating is what Elon is saying. And this could be the one killer that people, not killer, but solution. But, all this investment in AI infrastructure, a lot of that has to go to where are we going to get the energy? How are we going to cool these giant buildings? Well, if you haven't heard, Elon just says, look, I'm ready to go. We're going to launch so many satellites, and we're just going to connect all those satellites. I think it's like 1 million satellites, and they're going to, Elon thinks our data centers are going to be run from space. We pull the power directly from the sun. We don't need the nano nukes. They all talk to each other and they work together, and then they don't need cooling because they're in space. So I find that pretty interesting. So all of that early, concern when Oklo and SMR and and we've got to find a way to get energy, that could be a big solution that he comes up with. I'm pretty sure that, when Dan gets on next Wednesday, he'll have some new stuff to show you guys. I don't have access to it yet. But yeah, don't miss that. We'll put an alert in there. Oh, we're close. I'm going to have to adjust this. No, maybe not. It's right there where my order is at 7150 is that blue line. I'm just going to let Oklo come up and hit me. And we'll be taking a third off at that waypoint. Almost. Come on, you can do it. I'll put an alert there so I know when it happens. Go on, go get it. Go get it. Got 2 cents away. Come on. There we go. So recycle that for some new ideas on Monday. I could do that all day long if I'm given that opportunity. Beautiful, clean move like that right into, somebody was asking earlier, hey, how do I know when to sell these things? Well, this indicator works on any chart. There's no one thing that works, on every chart. They're all different. And, like we saw, the Qs aren't even close to their 5-day moving average yet, whereas hopefully the S&P has moved through. Look at that. We've got a closing candle above our first hurdle, which is why I sold Oklo there. And now this is very bullish. We've got 2 green candles now working above. And, hopefully that brings up the NASDAQ a little higher. Love to see a secondary push from XRPI. Look at where the sellers popped into XRPI. I mean, is there anybody out there that wants my chart? If you're new, I'm gonna give you my chart. I'm just gonna save it, and I'll give it out as a cloud link, and you can use the same settings. Look at that. I'm already so far ahead of you there. There you go. But I'll show you how to set it up. What it is, it's 130 candles, because 130 candles times 5 trading days is exactly 130 15-minute candles divides perfectly into 5 days of trading. So Brian Shannon showed me this, and it's just a beautiful way to get a clean image of that data without having to rely on the daily chart. Because over here on my daily chart, it would look something like just another giant line, a vascular system. So it's a way to use it in its simplistic visual form. And then look at that. Now it just perfectly, it always, very rarely. Now, if a news event comes out on something, of course, it's going to blast right through it. But if it's just normal trading and people are working orders and there's institutions having their algos work the VWAP, and they're going to find resistance every time after a big move, just like I showed you in Oklo, which is why I sold 1/3 right there. So I fully expect Oklo to, ideally just kind of hang out up here for a little bit and then hopefully move on its way. Then I switch over to the daily chart and I say, okay, the 10-day moving average is now on my daily chart. This will be my second area. I'll sell a second third there if I'm lucky enough to get that price. And if that happens, I've got a final 1/3 that I can just hold on to and not really care about. Yes, it's the 15-minute chart. And all I did was you can go to indicators right there, and you can open up SMA, simple moving average, and then make the value 130. And you will get a very nice line. I'm going to look at some of my positions here in relation to it. So XRPI, you just saw, beautiful, giant volume candle. Somebody just took a big position in this ETF or sold, who knows. ABTC, where are you? Finding a little resistance as well. Oklo, we know that story. We hit the resistance. We got some selling off. DJT, I am way below there. No reason to do anything on that one. ONDS, I'd probably sell some if it gets up there. I'll put an alert there. So this will remind me later if we get a secondary push in ONDS, I'll put it right there where that second, that's a pivot level. So I'd be happy to get that. I'll just put it in right now, actually. Call it 983. All right, ONDS. We will sell a third at 983. And just move on about our way. XO is probably above, way above. I want to let this thing work, see if it wants to get crazy. I don't have a lot of shares. I will, however, give myself an alert if it gets up to that prior high and maybe sell some. We'll see. What else we got? Oh, yeah. Kodak. Way above. And I'm just going to let that one work, hopefully. BKKT. Oops, no. I'm clicking the wrong thing. BKKT. Perfect example. Didn't sell any. I'm going to sit with this one only because it's crypto, and I'm going to get greedy here on this. But look, it's doing what I would hope. Fast line, the 10 SMA is crossing above that 130, or we call it the 5-day moving average. And hopefully this little cross will force the issue of BKKT higher. Certainly helps if Bitcoin continues to go. Rumble's probably below its 5-day. Oh, no, it's above, actually. Let's stay with that. And then lastly, GameStop, I know is, I believe, above. No, it's riding it. It's really riding it. Look at that. The 5-day moving average is showing that the price doesn't really want to get much below that. So there's a buyer in GameStop for now. Now, I would probably sell some if at the end of the day it breaks this and drips down. That would be at the end of the day something I probably don't want to take as much risk in. But for now, it's holding. All right. You want to check LI? We can do that. Yeah, way, way, way above. So Chinese auto. I mean, here's a couple things going on. Obviously, China. So you've got the overnight gaps. But the ETF for now, or the ADR, is rising perfectly. If you were in this stock right now, rephrase that. If I were in this stock right now and I'm itching to take profits, I would say, well, I don't want to leave any more on the table, but I would use my exit strategy, which is the 15-minute chart. And that is as follows. The very first closing, not wick, not tick, but the very first closing candle below the 10 SMA, that's my out. Look at how much space is there between, the 5-day moving average and the current. That's a lot of airspace. But you want to maximize your price. So what I do, and it works pretty much the way I always want it to, not always perfect, but in the long run, it's going to give you a lot better results than just trying to guess. If you're in a movie theater and you started to smell smoke, if you're the first person to get up and head for the doors, you're the lucky one. Well, that's the way I look at this alert. The first red candle that closes below the momentum of the 10 SMA is my signal to get up and head and get out. So I hope that helps people that are holding on to a good position and you're just not quite sure. You don't want to leave any on the table. But when you get that far above the 5-day moving average, as I've been demonstrating, some of the things I have are below it, and they're fighting to try and get above it. But if you've got something that far above it, it's like musical chairs at this point. Once the music stops, everybody sees the same thing, and they start, hitting sell. So if you can identify that setup early, when you look back at the end of the day, you're usually going to be pretty happy. Well, entry criteria, if I can see a strong stock, like, if we look at the AI, there's usually a period in which the AI runs into its 10 SMA on the 15-minute, and that's when you'd want to use that as an entry. So let's just see what's there. See AI now. There we go. So I'm going to go with the ones that are working by saying, show me. Why is this so slow? Profitable trades. Tough day for profitable trades. Like this could be an entry right here as it pulls back and touches the 10 SMA. If you missed, the AI was buying a breakout, but what it did, it gave you the ability to, that's a short actually. That's in the money. That's kind of goofy. Let me see if this one just came. All right. You can see that anything that's in motion or moving, once that 10 SMA pulls up to it, the answer to your question is, when to buy on the 15. I like to buy as close as I can to the 10 SMA on that 15-minute chart. So I don't want to chase new highs. Let's see, CLSK. I don't want to chase new highs, but I don't want to lose track of a stock either. And if it pulls back to the 10 SMA, DJT, perfect example. I was watching it closely this morning. I said, oh, awesome. We're going to get a gap up. And then, oh, really? Here we go again. A couple of red candles, huh? All right. Well, let's just see what happens. So if you were watching it and you were afraid to buy it on the open and you watched and all of a sudden you see it's been touching this 10 SMA here, maybe I'll go ahead and take a chance. And as it turned out, it worked. But this is why I only use 2 moving averages, 2 indicators on my bread and butter 15-minute chart. I don't use a 5-minute. My time frame works perfectly by just using this, this 5-day, and then this, as I call the momentum line. So this 5-day is an area of interest. The 10 tells me, is the price being supported by it? Or in this case, look at yesterday, sell at the open. Oh, if you tried to buy this back, if you tried to buy that right there, it's the exact probably opposite. You should wait until it gets above and does something like this. So what happened? The sellers held it, and then slammed it back lower, and then it never saw the light of day. But as things happen, it can just change on a dime overnight like that. So Promrod, anything that's strong, don't buy up, too many green candles, wait for it to pull back or go sideways. But the moment the price gets close to the 10 SMA, that's kind of like the VWAP. That's where all the buyers are really competing against each other to try and get the best price. They're trying to reward the patience that they have. So you just join in with them. And I've found that waiting for the 10 SMA and also this cross, 10 crossing above the 5-day is always very important. I would love to see this XRPI find a way to get above its 5-day. Let me zoom out a little bit. Same with ABTC. It's taking a break. Maybe it just needs a little breather. Oklo still hasn't done much. It's sitting right where I sold it. Third of it. I would say it matters only when the price is in motion. I mean, if you're going to take a position under the 5-day moving average, you have to understand that, it's still under pressure and you're hoping and cheering it for it to get higher. And it's the 10 SMA that's usually going to push it up higher and through it. If I can find an example, there it is right there, Rigati. It found its way, it's chopping around sideways. Now it looks like it wants to go to highs because what's forcing the issue? If this is like a VWAP, it's the 10 SMA, it's pretty close to the VWAP. Everybody's thinking, okay, if I don't start buying, I'm going to be competing with more people because the price is getting close to this line again. So this is the area of interest. It now tells us it's on the good side. It's got the tailwinds. When it's underneath it, it's still guilty until proven innocent. There's a new high in Oklo. I wonder if Oklo is moving through. And it is. It's trying to move through. Look at that. But it might find sellers still. Who knows? So BKKT is still a good buy here. I bought it a lot earlier than this, but let's see. It very well could be. And then you would just basically use like 1180 as a stop because it's doing what I was just talking about. Good eyes there. It reclaimed the upside of the 5-day. So it went from an unhealthy position to a more healthy tailwind position. And now as we speak, this 10 SMA is kind of forcing the buyers to say, if you got more to buy, you better do it here. And so it's a good risk reward. But what you have to do is also look back and left. You've got the 10 SMA right there and then the 50 SMA. But this is a good start. But the minute same rule applies. The minute it posts a closing candle back below the 5-day moving average, it's gone from a healthy position with a chance to back to, unhealthy to, headwinds, if you will. I like this for Gotti too. It's not pulling it sideways is always good. And if you're an institution and you've got a big buy order that's, you're getting paid to work and get the best price possible, you want to buy it as close as you can to that rising 10 SMA. I'm not going to say if it's a good buy or not. I bought it much earlier, so I have much less risk at this level. But the risk reward would be you're risking, say, 20 cents from 12 to 12.80 to make up to $13. You're risking 20 cents to make $1. But you have to be diligent, and it's a very short float too. This is not really a good beginner stock. 13 million shares can move quickly, but I'm never going to tell anybody what's a good buy or what isn't, because everything I've been showing you, I'm already in. And all the days preceding today, this type of strategy, if you didn't take your profits early, you were mad because simulating good. Yeah, of course, good for you. Very smart to do that. Practice ideas, practice concepts on the simulator and see what happens, what you can do for finding good risk reward scenarios, and then creating some rules and adhering to them. And that's really my biggest number one rule I try to share is like this ABTC. I'm not going to sell it, but if I were day trading this, we still have 12 minutes. So I wouldn't use that red tick as an out because we could pop right back up and that becomes a tail of a candle. And I'm going to say, why didn't I wait for the closing candle? So that's kind of a real nuance to my rule. It's not that it's trading below. It's that it's closing below. So every 15 minutes, you have a decision point. What do I do? Do I keep it or do I stay with it? Because more often than not, I've seen this candle right here. If my plan for this trade was to day trade it, I'd be like, oh no, there's a red candle below the rising 10. I better get out. And when I did that, wouldn't you know, 10 minutes later in the same candle, it's back at highs. And that right there was a shakeout. And so I taught myself that if I could just wait for the closing candles, I'll have a better chance of kind of surviving that crossroad. I do like seeing this. I like seeing the spies with new highs, That just tells me maybe things have shifted a little bit from what they were last week. And when you're that oversold, that's kind of what you would expect, especially in something like Bitcoin. My biggest position really is this XRP. I would love to see it find a way to move, but it's taking its time. It's moving sideways. Big giant volume candle there. Nothing came of it, but there was a giant transaction right there. Maybe by the close of business, I find this thing up closer to 9. That'll make me happy. And it would make me think much more that this could have been the worst of it right here. With this volume and this extended reversal. It's an overnight reversal. Off topic, I took a little, like John York, who plays Max Scorpio. I don't know who that is. I'll have to look it up. Let me see. I'm not even giving you guys a fair shake, right? Turn on the light. Maybe it's the lighting. Yeah, I need a haircut. Oh, look, Oklo is moving through. How about that? For the moment, we'll see what happens. But seeing spies off highs and all that. Let's see. John York. Let me look up John York. Okay, it's the glasses, I suppose. We even got the same shirt on. I'm gonna put my computer glasses on. There you go. All right, I'll be here for a little bit beforehand until Barry shows up. So if you were shy and you still have a question, hit it. Let's try and address it before you get there. Ooh, SMR really had a nice move. That's the same business that Oklo was in, so hopefully that'll maybe draw that higher. NNE, same thing that NNE went through. So the one I'm in is kind of lagging compared to its counterparts, but that gives me faith that maybe it'll make it through. I switched to a 1 hour chart there just to see more. Yeah, I just gave up on these metals. They were this TMC and TMQ. They just were really disappointing. I don't understand what happened, but staying away from them. You know, if this SLV can get back above 70, that would be a good start. But it's just it's the other side of the mountain. It's just going to have to regroup. The money market, the money machine, you'll be able to tell on Wednesday it's coming along, and I think there's going to be a new version coming out internally, either today or Monday for us to play around with. But there's progress being made, and but I've been out of town for 4 days, and Dan will be in on Wednesday, so he'll be able to give you the best update on what's been worked. Rigotti looks pretty decent to me. But again, I've been in since the open, so I'm not saying to buy anything. Here's a great example of buying off of the 15-minute chart, the 10 SMA, excuse me. So Kodak popped, and then rather than chase it up here, you just waited, and all of a sudden, the minute it touched that line, I think that's where all the buy orders have to start competing with each other. And so that's a good place to join with them, in my opinion, on any chart that's strong. The only thing it's not really working for me is this game. I might have to thin out of some of this. I don't like that. I don't like these wicks on the daily chart either, but it's still midday, and I'm going to wait to see how it closes. Because that's another rule. Sometimes any midday head fakery can frustrate you at the end of the day. If you said, you know, I could have just held that to the end of the day to see how it closed, because that's going to give you a better signal as to what's really happening than any intraday noise. And then DJT's hanging in there for the most part. Is it really? Wow. Yeah, I think yesterday may have been a really big capitulation day, and it could be a reversal. For how long, I don't know, but it doesn't feel the same as what we had the last couple of weeks, where every attempt to rally was stymied. Seems like things are actually following through this time, and the fact that it was all preceded by this giant crash in Bitcoin and crypto yesterday, and silver a few days ago, and then for the most part, some tech stocks yesterday. Qs being the worst of it. Broke a lot of I bet you there was a lot of stops under here in the NASDAQ in the Qs. Look at that. So this really could have just been kind of what we would call a liquidity hunt, but we'll know in a couple of days for sure. But how about that looking Dow? That's a very interesting looking chart compared to technology. Technology can't be a darling forever. And so now it's taking a back seat to industrials and the more versatile SPY, and even more so the small cap. People are saying, the small cap might be where the upside is. It's been a great run in technology, but thanks for pointing that out. I had no idea the Dow chart looked like that. So crazily enough, this airlines, they're doing the best. JetBlue, Love, Southwest, then Silver's having a decent day. Oh, the quantum stocks, I didn't catch that. QTUM having a good day also. And I know Andy's in IONQ. It's a good looking reversal. So Andy can expect some sellers probably up here in this area. Yep. I mean, if you woke up and saw, and I was so lucky to be able to have a full load of cash for the most part this morning. I bought the XRPI last night, and then I didn't have any cash left over because I plunged into it, and whatever I had left over today, I was able to buy a bunch of stuff. Perfect timing for me to come back to town right after that mess. I was on a plane when all that was happening. Rumble pulled back, Rumble Media pulled back, and hopefully other buyers are competing right there. Did I hear Barry?
You heard me thumping my chair. It's funny because the market was really down a lot for 3 days. It's funny. It felt like it was months.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. It just.
Well, I agree with you. It was just grinding.
Yeah.
And then a couple of big 3 days of capitulation. Yeah.
Yeah. My goodness. So, yeah. Well, you timed it wonderifitly then.
I did. It was divine timing. I mean, I got off the plane. I came home, and Andy goes, "Oh my God, I just bought some Bitcoin at around 63." And I looked and I said, "Wow, I got to get some. I got to get in on this." So I was buying XRPI, the ETF, with everything I had after hours. So,
which is not necessarily trading 101.
No, it's not. I'm not recommended, but I wanted the exposure, and that was
everything I got. I'm going to put into this.
Yeah.
That's
where
funny.
did I go skiing? We went to North Star in Lake Tahoe. Dan has his sister has quite a nice house up in North Lake Tahoe there near Incline Village, Kings Beach. So we went to North Star day 1, and then we went to Palisades, which used to be called Squaw Valley, day 2 and 3. And they had a back area called Alpine Meadows, which was just the best. It had the best snow. It was 3 days of sun. It was just perfect.
I did not know that. I remember Squaw Valley, the name Squaw Valley, but I
yeah, they changed it.
Changed is that?
I guess that offended somebody. I think it offended the governor, Newsom. And that was it.
Okay. Anyway. Okay, see. Well, listen, thanks. Nice to have a full break for me. You didn't cut into my 5 minutes at the end, so excellent. So we'll see you next week.
All right. Next week,
okay.
You will. Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. All right, just waiting for Steve to, I think, just give me a moment. I've got to get into the right. Hmm. Okay. So I'm back. I'm back in both rooms now. Yes, I'm back in both rooms now. My goodness, William, your scan. I know you don't use it this way, but wow, continuation today on that scan. I did not take it, but look at Bill. There's your namesake, sort of. Bill. Bill was an alert at 46.50. We've had a dollar move and moving on that one. Just give me a moment as I just get my music going and get rid of the message. So AJ, if you're still in the room, was it AJ? Am I right? Starting with an A anyway. I gave you the scan. You asked for the scan early. AJ, right. So, I'm not going to say it's going to work like this every single day, but this has been a spectacular day for this scan, really. The only one that did not, and let's take a look at it right now, Jen. Yeah, it's not going to do it. Every other one of them worked to a certain degree. I'm still in the easy PW. I mean, it's really basing nicely for me now. But look at the bill, 46.50, and still moving, still moving. And of course, the other ones. Where's Goose right now? Yeah, I mean, it's come back down. I didn't have a lot of faith in it just because it's an earnings play yesterday, and I got hammered on earnings. But now docs. Now this is going to be down for the day. Docs showing up in the scan. Hmm. Well, you know what like to see if it can take out 27. I'm going to put a price alert in the 27. I'm going to put a price alert around just a little bit over 27. See if it can clear it. Again, this is a spectacular day for it. Okay, I'm not saying every day is going to be like this, but what I do like about it, though, and what we may have to adjust it later because every single one of these is sort of an earnings play. So when we get out of earnings season, I'm probably gonna have to make adjustments because otherwise we won't get anything. So I might when I say make adjustments, maybe reduce the relative volume a little bit or something like that. But right now we are still in earnings season, and it's not about the big guys. I mean, who's heard of RXO? I mean, I'm sure somebody's heard of RXO, but you know what I mean? It's not like these are all name earning plays. Did you make well, I've got both of them, Monica. I've got both of them. But I've also, if you have it from earlier, I made some changes, some definitely some significant changes. I added a relative volume of 8. Okay. That's probably the significant change, the relative volume of 8. What I may do later is get rid of that the having to have a 500,000 share average over 10 days. I may get rid of that. Only because I don't want to go through a situation where you get like one alert a day. But if it's spectacular, maybe that'd be okay. But I mean, so this is I think a nice manageable number. Before I made the switch to put 8 in the relative volume, this thing was full, even on don't repeat, full. And that meant there was just so many to look at. It was almost impossible. So I'm sure William has seen some in his scan that I have not seen, and they've worked out very well. But you know what? I'd rather have less as long as you get maybe 50 or 60% of them working. but they don't all have to work. So some of you were playing SMX. I hope you're not in it now. Anything is possible, but let's see where the VWAP is. So there's the VWAP. I mean, it's possible the VWAP holds it again, like it did kind of here. But let's see what happens. This could still have one of those late day monster runs, but it did get up over 20, but not easy. Yeah, wow. Oh no, I'm looking at Tesla. I'm looking at Tesla. I thought that was a SPY up 15 points. I don't know how that happened. I think I do. I don't have the symbol linking on. Okay. Or no, I don't. I'm not sure how that happened. Recall going into that chart and changing it. But anyway, but the SPY is still up 11, 11 and a half points. Wow. Dow is up over 1,000 now. Bill continues to move. I was saying to Steve before he left, these 3 days, it felt like a month. It just seemed that we're getting battered and battered and battered. And it's hard to believe it was only 3 days. Steve was lucky. He was off skiing those 3 days and got back last night and met with this. So this one is trying to come back a little bit also. Look at the stat. Well, it looks like the SPY, doesn't it? Three down days and then up. And I'm surprised. I mean, this is a stock that I'm sure most people don't know anything about. I was surprised it would be following the market so closely. All right, can this make one more new high for me? It's got to get up to 25.78. And there's no resistance, no chart resistance. Why? Because it's an all-time high. This is the EZPW. Bill. Penny by penny, just making its way up. Now, you've got a high right there, 48.46. So that may stall it. It's an earnings play. Again, another earnings play. It may stall it. If it doesn't stall it, then 49.50. You would think that might stall it. Really? Okay. Yeah, a couple of down days, not horrible. And then okay, $11 over the entry now. Okay, guys, 11.11, or sorry, 11.11, 111. So one last look at my homepage for the week. Did you indicate today, William, is it going to be 3:30 or earlier or not at all? Keeping the room open? All right, guys. So clicking on my homepage link, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can use my promo code Barry15. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of any subscription. Any subscription meaning our standard or premium service. Okay? Remember, 15% off the first month only. And if you do take out a subscription, all I ask, please use my code, whatever it's going to be. It changes, obviously, when we have some promos on. Why? Because it helps to keep the room free. The room's free. You too, Monica. I moderate a YouTube room and then the trading room. So for those of you on YouTube, if you're looking for a lot more interaction amongst traders, you can come into this room. It's free also. No time delay. Also, one of the nice things is you can post post links in here. Links meaning, trade ideas links. Maybe you've got a scan that you're unsure of and you want somebody like I can take a look at it. Things like that. You can't do that in YouTube. You can't post links in YouTube. So that's one. Also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So well before the 9:30 open. So if you're looking for some pre-market action amongst other traders, you can come into this room at 6:45. Obi, thank you for opening the room. I don't get on the mic, both rooms, until about 9. And then I usually take off sometime between 2 and 3, probably 2 today, unless there's, well, I shouldn't say that, unless there's some decent action still happening. But I'll always say later if there are questions. I mean, what really keeps me in the room later on are questions. If you have questions, I'll hang around as long as you do have questions. And William, I'm not sure. Oh, 3:30. Okay. So William is going to keep this room, even though I might leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. He'll keep it open to 3:30-ish. Okay. So if you do take out a subscription, you've clicked on my homepage link, click on the education section, that area right there. And the first thing you must do, mandatory, getting started with trade ideas, mandatory. 12 short videos to get you started, covering all the key ingredients of the program. If you don't have trade ideas and you're kind of wondering about it, you can start off with that second video and go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea as to whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month. Remember, a month subscription is just month to month. It's not any sort of a long-term contract. You can unsubscribe at any time. Back to basics if you're new to trading. Free series of videos, 15 of them if you're new to trading. Okay? And last, the aforementioned, sorry, I should have always forget to mention this. So the aforementioned trade of the week. So again, click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit. You can get the trade of the week right here. Sign up for it. You'll get it. It's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Last, if you're looking for some of the information I am currently sharing, click on that the middle section. And here's the large cap gainers from the start of the race. This is biggest gainers, has nothing to do with market cap or float. Could be wild action in here, a little less volatile in here, a lot less volatile in here. The halts resumes is down here. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. But I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing. So you can take a look at them. And I don't have this one on my homepage. I may put it on my homepage, but if you want this one, I can give it to you. Giving us some great alerts today. So, if you have any questions about anything trade ideas related, definitely ask. And if you have questions about your account, if you have an account type question, I can't answer that, but I can certainly direct you to the people who can. So, you're saying all these things are open. Are these OFRM just open? Really? Once a farm surges, so it's priced at 18. So yeah, so there's a little bit of enthusiasm for it. Some big guys: Goldman Sachs, J.P. Morgan, Bank of America, William Blair, Barclays. Some really big. Look at everybody who's involved in this one. Huh? Interesting. Yeah. So when I say there's an enthusiasm, it was priced at 18, so it's above the IPO price. And then you said AG. Interesting that a lot of times what happens, and it wasn't designed for this, but an IPO will show up as a resume. So this is not as enthusiastic, okay, because it was priced at 16, so it's underneath the IPO price. See if they don't list who's behind it. And then SGP. Interesting that usually, I mean, it used to be, especially if it was a big one. So it got priced at 16. So this is really good. I mean, it's at 25 right now. California-based biotech. So this is Belgium. Okay, this is AGMB. Maybe that's why I don't see is it Belgium. Very rarely do we see a Belgium stock. Belgian stock. Interesting. Not that I know of, Shady. I thought the custom formulas are somewhere up here. Where is it? I know, where the heck is it? You can tell how often I use the custom formulas, which is never. But I know they put it up here somewhere. I just don't know where it is. Oh, formula editor. There it is. You're talking about the formula editor, right? Yeah. So it's here, tools, formula editor. Like I'm pretty sure it's still on the account management page, but I guess most people are now, or if you're looking at it, it's right there. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, yeah, I still have it. Yeah, this is what. So Pepe just put the link in. Where do I have it? I know I have it. They really changed the look of it, but let me see where I still have it. See, I still have it that it looks like this. This is maybe it's the old way of looking at it. I don't know. Okay, guys, getting a little. I mean, it looks so darn extended. Okay, but everything else from that scan has worked pretty well. So does that mean when you say they updated the old pages? So that page that I just flashed, I can still use it though. Obviously, maybe it's cached. Is that what you mean, Pepe? I've got a cache version or something. So let me find that one again where I So here's my page right there. That's what I would if I were going to be using a trying to create a custom formula. These are all the ones I've created in the past. Haven't done any in years, but I personally I guess would still go to this page. If you Yeah, I don't know, Shady. I don't know where it is on the homepage to find it. It's such a hardly used option that we've got. I mean, maybe that's why they're doing it. I don't know. Go docs, go! The magic scan today, guys. The magic scan. First time to use trade ideas to buy a stock G. Well, you mean GDRX? You were alerted to buy GDRX from some scan you made, Danny. I'm talking to you, Danny, in our YouTube room. But why did you pick it? Like what? When you say using trade ideas to buy it, like how did you see it? Remember now, everything you see, like with every you did. I'm sorry. So did you build a scan to find this, or you found it somewhere else? I mean, I'm not sure where you found GDRX. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, it's three, relative volume of three. It looks more like a barcode right now, but so it's not a matter of you didn't use it well. I just don't know what scan picked up GDRX. Remember, it's a. I mean, it wouldn't be bad because I mean, look, left is you would have had room. I mean, looking left 268, depending where you bought it. But yeah, it's well, and then it just jumped for you, so you should be happy. It just jumped for you. So congratulations. Oh, I see. You use the buy. Okay, understand. I mean, the second buy. I mean, understand that this is just it doesn't absolutely mean you take the trade. Of course, just because you see a little buy flag or a sell flag. Okay, it's. But in this particular case, it would have worked okay for you, I mean, especially now. Yeah, wow is right, right, Danny? Talking to Danny in our YouTube room. Always a bit of a rush when you get into something, and then all of a sudden some volume comes in, and I mean that popped from 238 up to almost 250, which is a nice little move. Now, how you see right now? It's obviously parabolic. Okay, it's lost sight of the wave. Okay, well you've got me intrigued, Shady. I want to see where. I haven't been to our homepage in a long time. See, I think I have a bunch of cached. Okay, I guess this is our homepage. I haven't been in it in a long time. So Shady, not Shady, but you are saying, but oh, what happened there? Okay, so my trade ideas. Yeah, definitely not obvious where it is here. Yeah, so I mean, it is buried. I mean, there it is, using trade ideas, account management, right there. So you're on my trade ideas. No, you're not on my trade ideas. This is the home page, and yeah, you got to scroll all the way down, and then where you see account management. Boy, it's really changed. Like really changed. Ugh. Not saying I don't not necessarily liking it. Well, probably could use mine, Shady. I mean, that's what I would still do if I wanted to get to it. So what happens when you do this? What happens when you do that? Okay, that should take you. You're not going to get to mine, but that should take you to it, I think. Okay. Okay, good. Yeah, that's what I would continue. That's so. I don't even know what the other one looks like. Well, Pepe, you flashed it. I don't like that look. The magic scan, David. Again, magic today. Okay, magic today. So this is. I can give it to you. Okay, and the magic continues. Well, listen, Danny. I'm so glad it worked out for you. If your first trade using trade ideas with a buy flag, I'm so glad it worked out for you. And docs Docs is working for me. So still in two trades. Well, still in the easy PW from earlier. Took the docs. Had to do it. This has just been magic today. Now, the market's up huge today. So, on Monday, I have no idea if we're going to get the big deal of this today is that you're getting great extension. In other words, you get the alert and it it just keeps moving in the direction. Now that's today. Doesn't mean it's going to happen on Monday. Finally, there's a little pullback for Bill. Goose doesn't look like it worked, but it actually did work earlier. Got up to about 1140 from 11. This is the only one that did not even give you a penny. But the rest of them, Good. Thank you, William. Why would you wish that on me that it would halt down to 24 cents? Ah, wow. Never seen this earlier. Yeah, here it is. If you're looking for that scan, Danny, yes. But again, guys, remember this is working so well because the market is trending and it's trending in a huge way. Okay, so that's why all these long plays, other than the gen, you would expect something like this to happen, perhaps. But so I'm not saying it's going to happen like this on Monday. And even on the short side, even though the market was ripping, this was actually one of the best, if not the best of them on a percentage basis. This got down to 11.92 from a short at 13.14. So, and it's still, this stock is still positive, but it's really just faded all day. It's so positive. It's an earnings play. And remember, this is the don't repeat version of it. Okay, the don't repeat. That's why it says DR at the beginning. If you want the also, and why do I want don't repeat? Because then I can go back in time and see, well, what did it do from that first alert? Notice you see here's Doc. So the first alert we had was at 103, all times Eastern, at 26.74. I didn't take it there. I literally waited for a 27 break. I may have taken it there had I seen it, but I was just getting back from my break. And had I seen it right there, I may have taken it, even a little bit before the whole number. But anyway, I didn't. But this is the repeating version, so you'll see every time Docs kept making a new high, you're going to see it. Okay. So if you want this version also, and repeating is typically, well, I just gave it to you, Danny. I just put the link in. Here it is. I just put the link in. It's right there. You're not going to find. You have to click on the link and load it. So if you want this also, like I have them both. Okay, this sort of nags at me. Don't forget about me. Don't forget about me. Okay, that's how I phrase it. So what you would do is this. You duplicate this window because you don't want to overwrite this. So you duplicate the window. And then pretty simple, you just go to right click on it and go down to properties. You see where it says don't repeat, it's checked. You just uncheck it. Okay. And that's it. And then you say, okay. And then you have the repeating version. I would probably give it another name just so you know. Well, it'll be obvious that it's the repeating version, but you might want to just get rid of the DR. So here's the don't repeat version. Okay. That's the don't repeat version, Chief. But remember, we don't know. I don't know what it's going to do on Monday. It actually was pretty good yesterday also, but I didn't have enough. I didn't have time to really look at it. Like I made a point today. I said, I've been missing too many good trades over the last week or so, and I tried to make a point to concentrate a little bit more. Try to take a little break between explanations and all, and don't think that means you can't ask me questions. It just means that I just have to be able to multitask a little bit better. I mean, I'm still ticked off because I missed this one, the QNST. I didn't miss it. I saw it. I just didn't think for some reason because the market was ripping that this was so much up for the day. I thought, okay, maybe it's just a little bit of a pullback, and it would actually bounce and move higher. Obviously I did not expect that it would keep moving down from 13, 14. So again, the way it's color coded, green is a suggestion to go long, and the pink is a suggestion to go short. But you know what? I mean, it's a nice watch list also because at some point docs may just run out of steam. Okay, wow, so beautiful on this wave, guys. Print this out. Print this is the wave you want to see. Okay, fairly narrow. See how the bottom of the bars are still basically in touch with the top of the wave. I mean, that's what you want to see, and pretty narrow, so it hasn't gone parabolic. And nothing wrong. If you're down here with that trade, of course, you'd love to see a big parabolic move. But if you're in here, in this area, if it gets parabolic, sure, you like it, but probably what happens is you're going to get some selling pressure. This is just so much easier to keep in the trade. Just let it work for you before it turns orange. It's not on my homepage, Dave. It's not on my homepage. That's why I put a link in. Okay, it's not on my. Oops. Give me a moment. Okay, it's not on my homepage. Okay, that's why I put the link in, which is this link right here. So it's not on my homepage. Okay. Oh, I see. When you say by the way, yeah, no, it's not on my homepage. I'm not sure I'm going to add it. It's so niche, and I want to give it some more time. I mean, I don't want to put something on my homepage. I want to probably try this for a couple of weeks. Okay, a couple of weeks to see what sort of results we're getting. But again, just as a watch list. So somebody AJ said he's waiting for it to short HubG. Okay, and obviously it has worked out nicely. After the big run up, yeah, it's worked out nicely. So looking at it just from a watch list perspective, docs, I'm sure. I mean, it's still a terrible earnings play. It's a terrible. I mean, it's still down 17.5%. So yes, it's had a nice rally, but for all the reasons why it was down, they're still there. So that's what I'd be doing. I'd probably be. I'm in it, so obviously I'm not going to short it right now. But look at Bill, just a little wee pullback. Oh no, this is the one you were shorting, AJ, not HubG. Well, maybe so you got a little bit out of it, I guess, if you depending where you got it and got out, but it's still looking good. I mean, following the wave, it still looks good. Okay, guys, I'm out of the EZPW. Okay. Oh, okay. Because I remember you said you didn't take the long and you were waiting maybe for a short on it. So I'm out of this one now, guys. See how the trend changed right there. A little, not because of the sell flag, but I mean, obviously, you get a sell flag, and normally you'll probably be followed with some orange. And the dock still in it. Let's look at the time of these alerts also. So we had the first one 9:45, 9:46. So we had three sort of rapid and a pause for about, I don't know, 30 minutes, 20 minutes. Then a couple. So other than right off the bat here, they're nicely spaced. And meanwhile, this is what I mean. Okay, you're going to hear Bill, Bill, Bill. Well, here I have a sound alert on this. So it's a baseball bat. So I hear this over and over and over again. So I see what you're talking about now, William. Yeah, securities fraud investigation into the Hub Group. So that's why Stiefel decided to group cut to sell from buy by Stiefel. Oh, okay, that was early. That might have kept me out of it. Well, I wasn't in it, but had I seen that, I may. Wow, cut to 27 from 52 by Stiefel. Wow. I mean, it's still at 41, but and you think these guys are decent in terms of their analysis. So that was your industry, right? Transportation, William, freight. So guys, there was the big pullback for docs, okay? And that's why you got to, just because it was moving higher, you can see there's the big pullback. So obviously, even though it hasn't turned orange, I'm out. My guess is if I went to a 1 minute, it's probably orange. Little bit of orange right there, yes. So that's why you got to be wary. Yes, this was moving beautifully, but it was still down a whole bunch because of earnings. As opposed to Bill, which was just up for the day, just a great, obviously whatever they said in there, 40% up. Whatever they said, market loves it in their earnings release. There's even more news on this one. H&F said they're in talks for buyout of the payment of for buyout of payments for. So that's probably the other reason. It's not just strictly an earnings play, but they may be a targeted buyout. So initially, it was an earnings play. So I don't know where that news first hit that they were targeted. See, this is the first I see. This is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, so at 12:33, it's very possible it would have hit the news earlier, but that was at 12:33. I don't know this company at all. Is this a private company? H&F. Looks like this must be a private company. I did not. I did not mention that news in terms of a potential buyout. I did not. No, I did not. I'm just seeing this for the first time. Hellman and Friedman. Yeah, private equity. So it's not a public company. Oh, Barry with a Y. Okay. Well, it's a good thing they didn't. So look at docs now. Okay. Again, as a watch list, I didn't do it. I got out of the trade, and then, but I said, this could easily turn into a short again. So it was Dwayne who discovered that news regarding the potential takeover or buyout by H&F on Bill. All right, guys. So it's 1:52. So I may only have about 10 minutes left. Always later if there are questions. So if you do have some questions right now, please ask away before I leave. I don't have to go. Boy, Stag W is really, yeah, look at the volume coming into this one now. I know we mentioned this one probably right around here, right around the 5 level. All right. Is SMX gearing up for? No, it doesn't look like it right now. Gearing up. Well, the only good thing is that it's holding the VWAP right now. SMX holding the VWAP. I was wondering if it's gearing up for a late day run. All right. So this is Bloomberg. So at least this is not one of those, well, traders circulating rumor. I'm not saying Bloomberg is infallible, but what an alert though, from 46 to 50. Ha! Speaking of Stag W, well, it could be an interesting short because it's right at the 200-day moving average, which is 524. So it's a little bit above it. There's a high right there at 536. And the reason I'm looking at this is my bouncer. I really haven't looked at the bouncers toppers, especially the toppers. The bounce play, I think this NXE probably bounced extremely well early anyway. Ooh, no kidding. Look at that. So two alerts. First one at 1012 and then 988, okay, on the bounce. And it pulled back somewhat, but before it even did this, but right now it's at 11. Before it pulled back, though, it got up to 11. So from, if you waited to 1012 or if you got it at 988 in that area, there's about $1 move there. Again, that's not on my homepage either. CarMax. Huh. You can see this was the alert. So this is a topper. So you can see at the CarMax, 47.72 zipped up here and then came right back down. Well, that Lumen, Lumn. William, I know you posted something just as I was taking my break. I couldn't quite read it. You were basically the transaction the CEO made, basically indicating it had nothing to do with options. Trying to see where you posted that. I couldn't quite read it. Oh, I see it here. So let me see if I can expand it a bit. So the bottom line is it was, essentially done at 6:35. I actually asked the company a long time ago if we could get real-time alerts for insider purchases and well, especially insider purchases. And they said, "Yeah, we should be able to do that." And I'm talking years ago. I remember we had a tab on that, but it wasn't instant. We used to have a tab, and they took it off because it just wasn't reliable enough, or they couldn't. Well, we used to have some kind of a tab. Okay, so an average is 636. Okay. She basically put 500,000 in. Yeah, I think it was kind of flaky, Poe. There was an insider tab a long time ago. Thanks, William. Okay. Okay, guys. Well, it is 2 o'clock right now, 2:01 to be exact. So, are there any questions? If there are questions, I will hang around. If not, I think I'll take off. A little jump start on the weekend. Beautiful day here in Vancouver. Oh, I don't like watching the Super Bowl in groups, Dwayne. Because when I watch, I really want to watch. I want no distractions. I mean, I don't mind a couple of buddies perhaps, but no, it's just me. Plus, I can turn it off when I want to. if if it gets so I don't want to watch it. Yeah, I'm really keen to see that game. Big Seahawk fan, yeah, big Seahawk fan. Big affinity to Vancouver. Obviously, the team that's closest to Vancouver keeps the drunks away. Yep. Oh, absolutely. You too, Danny. Have a nice day. Okay, guys. So in our YouTube room, what I'm going to do is I have to shut you guys down completely. Okay, but I will put the main room link in. You can head over if you want to. That room will still be open for another hour and a half. Ooh, another hour and a half or so. My dog's getting a bath. That was the squeak. It made me jump. Okay, so there's the homepage link in our YouTube room. So if you do click on it and you want to come into the main room, which will still be open, I say till 3:30, just move down until you see trading room. It's free. Okay. So YouTubers, I will shut you down now. We'll see you guys on Monday.